He'll be next before the end of the night. Don't worry.
I won't have them.
Al Zamora. Z like zebra, Amora.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the November 25th, 2025 meeting of the Upper Darby Township Zoning Hearing Board. Before we begin, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get into the agenda, just have a few brief announcements tonight. Before tonight's meeting, the board met in executive session to discuss legal issues related to tonight's applications. There are no continuances tonight, so all 7 items on the agenda will proceed in the order that they are listed on the agenda. But before we get into those, like I said, a few other housekeeping matters. First off, the December meeting is actually being moved. Typically, we meet the 4th Tuesday of the month, but December, our meeting will be December 16th. So in case anyone has business in December, or for whatever reason your application tonight is ultimately continued until December, that will be December 16th at 7 o'clock, just so everyone is aware. As for the meeting tonight, like I said, the applications will go in the order that they're listed on the agenda. If you would like a copy, we have copies of the agenda right in the corner of the room near the sign. If you are an applicant, an attorney, or a witness for one of the applications, there are 2 ways that you can participate tonight. You can either request to be a party to a particular case, or you can make public comment. Any member of the public here tonight is free to make public comment on any application. At the close of an applicant's presentation, I will make that request. You come up to the lectern, you're sworn in, and you can say whatever you like, good, bad, or indifferent. If, however, you feel that you have a more specialized or direct interest in an application, you can otherwise ask to be a party to the case. At the beginning of every single application, I will request if anyone would like to be a party, at which point you can raise your hand, come on up to the lectern, and explain why you think you have a more specialized interest in the application. Typically, that involves a close proximity to the property, but it can be almost anything you ask, and the board here will make a decision. If you're interested in that, there's party status forms in the corner that I ask that you fill out and provide to Josh Chast, our zoning officer, who is sitting over on the corner tonight. If you are an applicant, in order for you to get whatever relief you're asking for this evening, you need an affirmative vote of 2 of our 3 board members. We have 4 members this evening, although Mr. McIntyre sitting on the end is our alternate, so he will not be a voting member for these applications. So you need 2 of 3 votes to get whatever you're asking for. Otherwise, I believe now we will begin our hearings this evening, and the very first item on the agenda is number 11-5 of 25 for Delaware County Community College. Would the applicant please come to the lectern?
Good evening. My name is attorney Mike Crotty, and I represent Delaware County Community College. If I could first, I've got my exhibit packages. Could I hand those out to everybody to
Please
streamline things?
And while you're handing that up, I'm just going to mark a few exhibits, housekeeping matters. ZHB1 will be the application packet. ZHB2 will be the proof of posting, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. And obviously, whatever applicant packet we'll see here will be applicant's exhibit A1.
Thank you.
So the applicant exhibits A1 through A4, it looks like.
A5. I can
A5.
identify each of them now if you'd like.
Perfect.
A1 is our application for variance relief under section 550-37. This all pertains to the sign package and the signs that are proposed for the college's Southeast campus. Exhibit A2 are the property posting photos. They'll have the college confirm that we're posting the property. Exhibit A3 are the sign specs, the spec sheets that kind of get into more of the detail of the signs. Exhibit A4 is what we're looking at here, but you also have an 11 by 18 of it, which is a plan of the property which shows the location of each of the signs that are proposed. And Exhibit A5 are photographs and dimensions of the nearby signs that are consistent with the signs that we're proposing.
I appreciate that. Real quick before you get into it, is there any member of the public here tonight who would like to request party status related to this application? Seeing none? All right, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. So if I could just briefly give a quick summary of the relief we're requesting. The college owns the parcel here that we're looking at, which we're developing into our Southeast Campus project. As part of that, we have a number of signs that go in, and they're all listed, and the size of them are listed in our application, but just to walk through them now, we have 2 wall signs that go on our main building. Those are respectively 24.44 square feet in size and 29 square feet in size. Part of our campus is going to be an early learning center for the YMCA. Its signage is 164.50 square feet. We've got a ground monument entrance sign, which is the one that's right along the road, and that is 36.45 square feet, and a portion of that, about 18 square feet, is a changeable message sign that's proposed. And then we have 3 historical marker signs that were requested by the township as part of the land development process, and those are reflected right along the roadway that'll show certain of the historical character of the property. The zoning ordinance section itself, this is a unique property in that, number one, almost in an inverse way, the size of it at 7.5 acres is much larger than what we see in a lot of our other areas in the R1 district. The other unique character of this is the property itself being in the R1. It's been a school of some sort since probably the 1930s, and it's going to continue to be a school, of course, and the signage that we're proposing for it is consistent with both the historic nature of the property, the area that surrounds it, and the prior use of the property itself. So with that, I'd like to call our first witness, Tony DeLuca.
Good evening. I do. DELUCA.
And Tony, can you just share with the zoning hearing board your role with the college?
I'm the Associate Vice President of Facilities for Delaware County Community College.
And is Exhibit A1 a true and correct copy of our zoning hearing board application that's before us?
It is.
And with respect to Exhibit A2, which are the photos of the property that was being posted, am I correct that the property was posted and those are accurate?
Correct.
Now, can you generally describe, set the stage for the zoning hearing board as to what the Southeast Campus project is, what we're looking at?
Certainly. A lot of our students come from the surrounding areas. We had an opportunity to purchase the old Archbishop Prendergast High School. We're converting it to a new center to try to bring the community closer for learning. And this is an appropriate property for that. It's centralized, it has mass transit nearby, and it works well for what we're trying to do for the community and the students in the area.
And what buildings specifically are we proposing on the site if we're looking at Exhibit A4 here?
Signage?
The buildings.
Buildings. We have 3 buildings currently right now. One is the main building, which is the original Prendergast building, which we kept. At least the facade of it is kept. Most of the building is kept. It's referred to it as the main building. There's an annex attached to that as well. There was an annex there previously, same size, same square footage. It was in poor shape. We brought that down and actually rebuilt it, the same square footage, same footprint. There's also a new early learning center. Early learning center is in collaboration with the YMCA, who's going to hold their daycare center, early learning center there. And it also holds a classroom for our students that are learning early childhood education in that building. So it's appropriate that they're in there and also working in conjunction with the YMCA. There is a gymnasium on the property, original, that we're keeping, but we're not fitting out currently.
And how big is the property?
The entire property is about 7.5 acres.
And was I correct in terms of my characterization of the history of it? Anything you need to fill in there in terms of how the property's been used?
The property's been used primarily as a school for as long as we can remember. Obviously, it was an orphanage initially, turned into a high school, and kept as a high school until it was abandoned, and the Prendergast students went to Bonner next door.
And if we look at Exhibit A4, can you walk us through the signs that are being proposed?
Sure. We have two signs, building identification signs. Those two signs will be on the building itself. One's the name of the building in cast letters on the front of the building. One is a sign with the name of the college on it, rear of the building, which will only be seen from folks actually in the back of the building. YMCA Early Learning Center with our name on it as well, since we have a part in that that'll be above the front door of the Early Learning Center for the YMCA. The main gateway sign, which will be at the new entrance off of Lansdowne Avenue. And then 3 historical markers, which will be showing how the property used to be, with comments listed next to each photo for people walking down Lansdowne Avenue to be able to actually see what was there at one time.
And can you describe for us the entrance sign that's proposed?
The entrance sign on a brick base, it's partially LED with a fixed sign on one side, double-sided, or have 6 recessed lights at the bottom. It will hold strictly college information on the LED. It's not a sign that we change frequently. If we change it 10 times a day, that'd be a lot. But that will be the marker to tell our students, you're here, make this turn, come into the campus.
And will that be shut off at night?
Yeah, that's fully programmable, can be shut off as soon as our classes end at 10 o'clock in the evening, will be shut off. Floodlights can also be shut off.
And is there going to be any scrolling or flashing messages that come across?
Yeah, normally we don't have any scrolling or flashing messages. It's a fixed message. And again, it'll stay on there for a good period of time before it switches over to another fixed message.
And what kind of content are you putting on those types of signs?
That's strictly college information, things as far as registration days, transfer days, any club events that might be coming up for the campus.
And the entrance sign itself, am I correct, it's no taller than 6 feet tall?
No, with the brick brace, it's no taller than 6 foot.
And did I read correctly the square footages of all the signs that we're talking about in terms of the entrance sign and the wall signs and the historical signs?
Yeah, they are all accurate.
And with respect to the entrance sign, can you talk us through why it was positioned where it was and whether it's going to face any neighboring properties?
No, we wanted to just get north and south Lansdowne Avenue traffic coming back and forth. It will not face any residential homes on the other side. It's strictly north, south, Lansdowne, similar to what Bonner has, similar to what Upper Darby High School has.
And is that going to meet all the required setbacks, the 3 or the 5 feet from the right-of-way?
All right of way will be kept.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you very much. Just want to confirm one thing, and I believe you said it, just want to make sure I understand. With regard to the changeable copy LED sign, that's only college-related, no off-premises advertisement is proposed. Is that right?
That is correct. We don't do that on our signs at main campus or where we do it here.
All right, I appreciate that. With that, does the board have any questions for the applicant?
The applicant accept that as a condition, should the board deem to approve?
Yes.
Yes.
Does the applicant have any additional evidence to offer tonight?
We just have one more witness. It's our sign guy. If I could just have him come up and speak to confirm a lot of what Tony said, but he's the sign guy, so he knows more of the details.
Yeah, that's fine. I think confirmatory testimony
Thank you.
would
Yep.
work.
Thank you.
So we'll call Glenn Swantek next. SWANTAK.
Glenn, G-L-E-N. Yes. Thank you.
Glenn, can you provide a bit of your background and experience to the board?
Sure, I've been doing environmental graphic design and signage programs for over 25 years.
And-
We've been working with Delaware County Community College for about 10 years.
And is everything that Tony said about the entrance sign true and accurate?
Yes,
And am I right, it was positioned in a way to prevent it from casting any sign messaging onto the neighboring residential parcels?
yes, it was purposeful to locate the LED on the inner portion of the roadway and also to make it perpendicular to the roadway so it's not directly facing any of the residents across the street.
Am I right, there are no moving, flashing, or animated components of the
Right.
sign?
It's all static imagery. The only reason you would do an LED is so that it's changeable, so that the college can get messages out to the public.
And can you just describe the light mitigation, technology that's built into the sign?
It's built in with a timer, so it will go off whenever, the agreed upon time is that it goes off. So at nighttime, whenever classes are done, the sign can go off. There are shields on the lighting at the floor, so it shields the light from oncoming traffic. So, and that lighting is positioned in a way that's not shining into oncoming traffic.
And if we look at Exhibit A5, which are the signs of the nearby, the pictures of the nearby signs, are those all true and accurate measurements of the signs surrounding the property?
Yes,
And
yes,
these all have electronic components of it, and with
Yes.
each of them, you provide its dimensions?
yes,
And is the sign, the entrance sign that we're proposing, is that consistent with each of these signs?
yes, if not a little bit smaller.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for Glenn.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Swantek?
No.
All right. Does that conclude the applicant's presentation tonight?
It does, yes.
Is there any public comment related to application 11-5 of 25?
Sure.
Yeah, actually, we do have one question from up here, but seeing none for public comment.
My question is regarding the maintenance of all the proposed signs. Can the applicant confirm that all the signs that are being sought today can be maintained from outside of the public right of way?
All the signs will be internal of the property. So they'll all be maintained by us on the inside of the property. Is that what you're asking?
With inside the sidewalk.
Without, can you maintain all the signs from within, your property line or
Yes.
without having to
Yes,
go
yes.
into the right of way?
We do not have to go into the neighborhood.
I guess I'm specifically thinking about the sign that was testimony just given on regarding the LED sign. Just because it's so close to the right of way, I just wanted to confirm it can be maintained without having to block access or anything like that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so with that, we'll close the record, and I believe a motion would be appropriate.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
You as well. You'll get a written decision from my office within 45 days. Have a good night.
Okay.
All right, next up will be agenda number 2, which is Appeal 11-4 of 25 for the Christ Lutheran Community Church. Good evening, Mr. McCreesh.
Good evening, Mr. McGuigan, members of the board.
So-
Do you want to swear her in?
Yeah, so real quick, just for preliminary sake, ZHB 1 will be the application package, ZHB 2 will be the proof of posting, ZHB 3 will be the proof of publication. Is there any member of the public in attendance tonight who would seek party status related to application 11-4 of 25? Seeing none, why don't we get the witness sworn in, and then Mr. McCreesh, you can take it away.
I do. Susan Perch, P-U-R-S-C-H.
And Ms. Perch, could you tell the board your position with the church?
I'm the president of the Church Council Emeritus. 2 years ago, I was the president for 2 years of the Church Council.
Okay, and she sent Josh an email with some pictures of the church parking lot. So they need 2 variances they're requesting. One is a variance to allow and I'll let her get more in detail of it, after-school program for grade school children between the ages of, grades of 1 to 12.
Correct.
And that would be with Sunrise of Philadelphia would actually run the program,
Correct.
but they would use the church. She has pictured and if you see that area closest to the church, they're going to have to lose five. Currently have 28 parking spots. They're going to have to lose 5 parking spots because a requirement of the state is to have a outside play area when you have this program for grade school children. Anyway, and it'll be fenced in, and she'll explain that with what'd you say there? What do they call them? Poles?
The fencing will enclose the play area, and then there will be cement bolsters on the outside of the fence so that no one can, in fact, for under any conditions, drive through and drive into the play area.
And that's really the only place they can put that play area. So again, that would reduce the parking from 28 to 23. Under the township, there's 159 required, but you're never going to have that many for a church in Upper Darby. It's similar size parking lot of St. Andrews and other church parking lots in the township. St. Dorothy's, well, they have a school, so they have a huge parking lot, but they have I don't know how many kids go to school there, but that's different. I think it's similar to St. Andrews parking lot. Anyway, Ms. Perch, could you explain the program a little more to the board so they know exactly what you're doing?
Christ Lutheran Church years ago had an out-of-school program, which is no longer present. And so we've established over the last 2.5 years conversation with Sunrise of Philadelphia, which is currently in 17 schools in Philadelphia. So this is their first foray out of Philadelphia. And so for our church council, 2.5, almost 3 years ago, it was an easy sell for us to consider having an out-of-school program because the congregation was familiar with it and the community was familiar with it. So we've been working on all the logistics related to that because this program will then be a licensed childcare program, which our previous program was not. So we're grateful for that and have followed all the rules and regulations in order to bring that into fruition. And so at this point, we're looking to have this designated play area for out of doors for children year round. I can say the congregation is excited about this possibility. I can also tell you that there's no other existing out-of-school program in Upper Darby, so we're glad to be launching this kind of program.
Ms. Perch, what would, how many days and what would the hours be?
The hours, inclusive hours, are between 2:30 and 6:30. Programming is right after school up until about 6 o'clock. It would be Monday through Friday with the possibility of a summer camp for children also that would be 5 days a week.
And how many students would there be and how many staff members would there be?
We will be licensed for a little over 100 students. We're anticipating starting out with 50 students just to get things moving and rolling using Bywood as the original target for us. And there will be a site director and an additional teacher.
Okay, but you explained not all 100 kids are there at the same time. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay.
Correct.
How many kids are there at a certain time, or how long?
The
do they
use of the
stay?
play area will be, the programming is staggered. So there'll be 10 to 15 students at a time, and then they'll cycle through programmatically. So not all of them will be in the play area ever at the same time. And they will always be supervised by staff.
All right, I don't have any other questions for Ms. Perch. I don't know if the board members or solicitor does.
Sure. Good evening. Just a few items I want to clarify before open up to questions from the board. Approximately how many staff did you say that you'll have on the property at any time during the hours of operation of the after-school program?
There'll be a site director and a teacher.
So in terms of, I guess let me ask a separate question. You said about 10 to 15 students will be in the play area, I guess, at any particular time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
How many students do you plan on accommodating at the after-school program at any given time in total? Is that just 10 or 15, or would there be any more?
Just in the play area?
No, period.
Overall. We will be licensed for 100 students, which will be more staff than what I've identified now. We're anticipating starting with 50 students.
Sure, but I guess,
And programmatically, they'll be cycled through in different timeframes.
so the point I want to clarify is, if you're going to have potentially 50 students there, are you only going to have 2 staff monitoring those 50 students?
May I consult with my programmatic people?
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay.
And if you can, we can obviously get any additional witnesses sworn in too.
Why don't you state your name for the court reporter, and we'll have you sworn in,
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to
I do.
Sign your name, please.
Maritza, Maritza Gonzalez, Z at the end.
And Ms. Gonzalez, could you tell the board your position at the?
I'm currently Director of Communications and Special Projects at Sunrise. I've been with the agency for about 8 years.
So,
I'm the lead on this project in Upper Darby as well.
perfect. So any clarification you can make to that point?
So we will be meeting licensing ratios. So for 50 students, we'd have a 1 to 12 or 1 to 15 for 4th and 5th grade ratios.
And that's the ratios established by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, correct?
It is.
Now, in terms of the students getting to the church, will they be dropped off by parents? Will there be busing? How do you envision that happening?
We won't have any busing. We will be probably walking the children from Bywood to the program itself. And in cases where they're coming from outside of Bywood Elementary, somebody will have to drop them off to the front of the church, and we would grab them from there.
Now, in terms of the hours of operation, does that conflict with any services that the church will offer Monday to Friday from that 2:30 to 6:30 time period?
No,
No.
that's been established with the church council.
Now, with regard to potential summer camp, is that something that you're going to pursue immediately? Is that something potentially down the line? I'm just trying to flesh out, what would the plans for that be? How would that look?
Right, so we're projecting that we'd be opening in the next school year, and we would be doing summer camp, probably not a full summer camp this summer, so no.
Now, in terms of the question about employees, so I understand you're staying in ratio. So approximately how many employees would you expect if you have 50 students on the property?
Probably 5, one being full-time. The site director would be a full-time person.
So would it be your testimony that with the reduced parking load of 23 spaces, you would still have sufficient parking for the employees as well as parents picking up and dropping off students?
Yes, because we probably would dismiss the children from the front of the church or the side on Shirley Road, and we'd walk them down.
I don't have any other questions. Apologies for the extended foray there. I just wanted to clarify some issues.
No, that's quite all right.
All right. So any questions that the board may have, I believe now would be appropriate.
Hi. So just to start off with looking at the plan, so the existing playground or the playground that you plan to construct will be replacing the existing handicap spaces. Does your reduced, at least on the,
We don't have designated handicap parking.
wait for Josh to,
It's not designated.
so, okay. So you guys don't plan to have any handicap parking?
We can.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see that's for the, sorry, I saw the striping. I thought that was for the, for handicap spots. Where currently is your, I'd assume like dumpsters and trash pickup for the church?
Trash pickup is picked up by the township.
No, I meant like where on your property?
It will be moved to the lower left-hand corner of the sign where that grassy area.
Okay.
It will be along the alleyway. Trash will be picked up along the alleyway.
Yes.
correct.
Okay. I had a couple other questions. So I guess this is just a clarity to how many students you were expecting to have on site, because I know we started talking about staff ratios, and then we talked about the overall number, and then we said that there would be 5 staff members. So I guess the question is just like, how many students were you guys planning to have in the program?
Well, we won't be able to have more than 100.
Okay. And you still plan on keeping that 1 staff member to 15 student ratio?
Yes,
Okay.
I think that's a requirement, right?
it is.
Yes.
For
Okay.
older students, it's 1 to 15. For the younger students, K to 3 or 1 to 12.
Okay. And I guess the ratio breaks out where you can have 100, because if it was 1 to 15, you'd need 7 staff members. Okay. I guess the other question I had is, if you plan on having about 100 students, what's the square footage of the new playground? Okay. Would you plan to accommodate all students in that playground? Do you plan to have them like on different classes on a rotating schedule in and out of the building?
They would not all be in there at the same time. It would be one group at a time,
Okay.
circling through the
Okay.
playground.
Awesome.
I think Ms. Birch said it would be 15, I think she said earlier.
15 per, okay, so per group would be about 15, okay.
At most in the play area. That's
Awesome,
correct.
gotcha, thank you.
I guess you can, I mean, like Josh has it, it's 5 spaces, so what are parking spaces there? 18. 10 by 18, so.
And oh, there's my last question before I pass it. Gotcha,
So it's approximately 800, 900 square feet.
perfect. This is my last question before I pass it off to my fellow board members. You mentioned that the primary student body would be coming from Bywood, correct? And you plan to like keep it mostly from Bywood so that you won't have the need for like any buses, et cetera, or high traffic, et cetera?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
How far is Bywood from?
It's about 3 blocks tops.
Yeah, I know it's close.
Yeah, it's like 2 or 3.
How many people will be guiding these students in
2.
that 3-block walk?
2 people to start, and then we'll add people as we need, as the numbers grow.
Is this going to be largely a summertime event?
During the school year, we would be doing running the program from the time of dismissal. We'd walk the students down. We'd have to maintain ratio even doing that as well.
It's a Monday through Friday program
Yes.
during the school year, summer camp in the summer.
How many days, is it summer camp every day also?
5 days a week, usually run 4 to 6 weeks in summer.
Shading and shelter?
Sorry.
Shading and shelter
I think
available
he's
for the
saying
students that are outside?
shade, any shade, I guess if he's saying if it's hot. Is it during the middle of the day or something?
For the summertime
For the
program?
summertime?
We wouldn't be walking them, they would be dropped off. And we would run the program inside the building. That's we are adding air conditioning to the space. Mhm.
Oh, you go.
So I think I want to back up a little bit. So we had a lot of testimony regarding the outdoor play space, but I think I want to hear, I have some questions about like the rest of the space. We're talking about 100, well, actually, let me ask this first. Is the intent for the church to still operate as a church during this program? Okay.
I will say that the time for this program will be reserved for the Sunrise program.
But what does that mean? Does that mean like the building would be,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
does that mean in terms of access to the building and the operations of the building during the hours of 2:30 to 6:30, it'll just be Sunrise and everything outside of that will be the church? Like, what does that look like?
It
like
looks-
practically?
Excuse me, it looks like our fellowship hall, Wagner Hall, a classroom, and the kitchen will be utilized for this program exclusively Monday through Friday.
And there won't be any overlap with.
There will
the-
not be any overlap.
the-
We have,
The services or anything
No.
like that.
no.
Do
We
you
have
have
English
it?
as a second language classes in the morning and the evening, and the young people's program will be in the afternoon.
Do you have any site plan or floor plans of the existing building where the program is going to be held?
I don't have them with me, but yes, we have them.
Okay. Do you intend to provide that to us for review?
Sure. We can submit that, sure.
Okay.
Submit that. You can run them over tomorrow and Monday?
Monday
We'll
would be easier.
file it to you next week.
How many classrooms are going to be utilized for the 100 students?
Well, we won't have 100 right away. We'd be doing,
50?
Wagner Hall would have 48 students in that space. And then the Booker Room, we would have 12 students in, potentially we could have up to 12 students in that room as well.
Are there restrooms in the room?
There's a restroom on the second floor and restrooms on the first floor too, with multiple stalls on the first floor.
What is the breakdown on the grades in terms of which kid, like what ages will be with, what grades will be with other grades? So far, we're talking about 2 rooms, correct? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Well, we would have 4 groups in Wagner Hall.
That's one
divided.
room, right? Wagner Hall is 1 room?
It's
Yes.
one large room that would be divided by, would have dividers in it.
Okay.
Is food service part of your plan?
We would be providing a snack in the afternoon, yes, when they arrive.
No cooking though, right?
We wouldn't be cooking meals for the students, no. They would be prepackaged.
So what kind of snack would it be?
Well, generally, we normally have a feeding program that we work with usually.
Where is the back office operational aspect of the program being ran? Is that going to be at the church as well, or is there some other facility?
There's one office there that Sunrise is utilizing already. It's on the second floor, right outside of Wagner Hall. That site director would be full-time at the church in that office.
And I think there was testimony about the intent to stagger, I guess, the kids that are utilizing the program to I guess, mitigate how many kids are there at one time. So it looks like we're dealing with a window of 4 hours, right? 2:30 to 6:30, Monday through Friday. Could you give me an example of what that would look like? What does it look like to stagger 50 kids?
We wouldn't be staggering the 50. We would be bringing them, they would arrive for programming right
At the
after
same time.
dismissal by like 3:30.
I think
4 o'clock.
I think the staggering she meant was the outdoor area, because obviously you can't have 50 kids in that outdoor area at one time.
Okay. I don't know.
I got 2 questions. Are you picking the kids up? Are the kids getting dropped off at the library at Bywood?
No, sir.
No, okay. All right, so would you commit to maintenance so when you're walking the kids through the streets, of cleaning up any debris, trash within 24 hours if there's complaints from the neighbors?
We can
From-
do that, yes.
Okay.
I did have a,
We have to do that now sometimes at the schools we're in the school district of Philadelphia.
Yeah, but you're on the record now,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
No, I'm saying we're already used to kind of dealing with those issues.
so my question was actually about the summer program. So less questions about the after-school program. But for the summer program, say you reached your capacity of like 100 students, is the goal to have all 100 students dropped off at the same time during the summer? is there like going to be staggered arrivals? Because I know one of the variances we're talking about is related to parking spaces. So the school year, I understand, they're just walking over. But for the summer program, how are those 100 kids getting to the church, and is it staggered or are they all arriving at once?
We would probably we will work to not have to, we will stagger them and not have them all arrive at one time, probably separating the much younger students from the older ones.
Thank you.
Then would you provide the crossing guards if needed?
We'd have to look at that, but yes, if it was required, we'd have to do it, yes.
I had something on my mind and I
Been there.
lost that thought.
Well, while we're waiting a moment for that, is there any public comment related to this application? All right, seeing none. Sure, come on up.
Yes, John Moore. I live in Lansdowne at 112 East Greenwood Avenue. I did live for many years in Upper Darby and have been a member of Christ Lutheran Church for about 30 years. So when I moved from near Pecos, I moved all the way to be just still very close to Christ Lutheran because my heart belongs to Upper Darby. This is firstly, a really big church. And as all church congregations know, and we're historic, over 100 years. You have to do something because churches are going away if you don't do something. So what you do is, in addition to counting how many people are in the pews on Sunday, you say, how many people are coming through our doors for service during the week? And that's the new measure of a successful church. Then also, because we have, in terms of parents coming and going, because also we had young children and at a church actually. And so like that situation, we would stagger the children coming to this program to come to the side street or the main street or also the parking lot. So I think that gives a lot of room. In addition, the space, this is a really big church, and the enormous room, Wagner Hall, is like a gymnasium in size. So that's why it sounds like, I would say not a room, but I'd call it more of a gymnasium. So all in all, given my heart belongs to Upper Darby and the needs of our people and our children, I'm greatly in support of this.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment? But I think one of our board members has another question.
Yes, I do. I seem to recall that your church group also has a food service to the community. How does that work regarding keeping the kids separate from that?
We do have a huge food program. We provided food for over 10,000 people last year. And that includes an emergency closet, which is for people who are working during the day and need food on the way home from work. And so we have an emergency closet that's open once a month for people to come and shop at no cost, with no questions asked. We have an emergency food pantry, so if somebody comes to our door and says, I don't have any food for tonight, we have a place for them to get food. And every Friday morning in our parking lot throughout the year, assuming the weather is good, we receive fresh produce and other items from Philabundance. And so you will often, if you drive by our facility on a Friday morning, you will always see people lined up. People will line up as early as 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, and in order for that food to be provided at around 9 o'clock.
How do you keep the students separate from the other individuals that are coming onto your campus that?
They are all scheduled at different times. The emergency food pantry is open as soon as somebody comes to our door. The other two are scheduled in times that would not in conflict with when the students are there.
And you'll maintain safety for the students.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Just
So any other questions from the board?
You kind of already answered it. It's just a follow-up question. I guess for your emergency pantry, since somebody could arrive at any time, you're going to have a staff member from the church always on site to respond to such requests so that, you're not taking away from the students.
Correct.
Okay, perfect, cool.
Correct.
Thank you.
So at this,
Always enter on a door that's furthest away from where the children are.
thank you.
so at this point, we'll admit the applicant's photographs as Exhibit A1. We'll close the record, and the board will retire to an executive session to discuss the application. All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. The board's returned from an executive session to discuss the application. At this point, the board, as indicated during some of the questions previously, the board feels like it can't come to a decision without some additional information, namely as to the actual operations of the program, the internal schematics of exactly the building and the space that you plan to use, the activities within the space, whether using part of the second floor, whether there's fire safety measures in place, whether there's just general security measures in place. The board would like some of this additional information. If the applicant would be inclined, the board would consider reopening the record. And if the applicant would make a continuance request, we would hear the applicant whenever you'd like to come back, either December or January.
Sure.
Alternatively, yeah, okay, perfect. So at this point, we'll reopen the record and we will continue the matter. Which works better for the applicant, December 16th or the fourth Tuesday in January?
No, December's fine.
December 16th?
Okay, so we'll reopen the record, continue it till December 16th. We appreciate you taking the time, and we look forward to seeing you then. And in the meantime, if there's any information you'd like to send in advance, you can send that straight to Josh, and he'll forward it to the board.
Very
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Can you send us or Josh exactly what you want, or, I mean, I think I got
Yeah,
parameter,
No.
and they'll try to comply. They will comply, but.
Not a problem.
I don't want to come in December and we're missing.
You could just say like a logistics plan,
What's that?
a logistics plan, and probably a sketch of the interior of the church, and showing, where things are going and where things are going to be placed, et cetera. You know what I mean?
All right,
Yes.
we understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. And it, no. All right, so next up on the agenda is item number, actually, better safe than sorry here, board. Can we just get a motion to continue that number 11-4 of 25?
I'd like to make a motion that this be continued.
All right, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That's continued officially to the next meeting in December 16th. All right, next item. Number 11-2 of 25. You beat me to the punch. We're going to mark a few items here. ZHB 1 is going to be the application packet. ZHB 2 will be the proof of posting. ZHB 3 will be the proof of publication. Is there any member of the public who is here tonight and would request party status related to application 11-2 of 25 for the property at 800 East Baltimore Avenue? Seeing none. All right, Mr. McCreesh, why don't you do me a favor, swear in your witnesses and take it away.
Okay, yes. It was swear in first, Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, could you state your name for the court reporter and spell the last?
Rodney M. Turner Jr., Turner. Yes.
Carl Yost.
Spell your last name, please.
Y-O-S-T.
Can you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm?
I do.
Carl, is that with the C or a K?
See.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Turner is the lessee, and Mr. Yost is the owner of the property. I think he's owned it since about 2007. This is for a variance for used car sales. It's a small, they have a small office, 12 by what, 8?
12 by 8.
12
Yes.
by 8 feet, and they have about 7 or 8 spaces. Mostly the car sales will be done over the internet mostly. Maybe a person comes and they pick up the car. He can explain more about the sale process, and Mr. Yost is here, can explain about the area and the use of the property. The property is always, the whole area and the property have always been used for some kind of cars, whether it's been sales or he said they had a glass, like replace the glass window shields on cars at this location. There's used cars right next door. There's repair shops all down the street, body shops. It's mostly used for the car business, this area of Upper Darby. So I think it fits into the area. But Mr. Taylor, could you explain like when your hours of operation will be and how many employees you would have?
My hours of operation will be from 9:30 to 5 o'clock. It would only be one employee. If things pick up where I would need another employee, it would be no more than two at the most. That'll basically be someone that could cover if I'm not there or nothing. I'm a single father as a son, so there might be times where I'm not there. So it might be another employee, but there would never be more than two employees at a time there. That's the most it would be. As you can see, it's small. It holds approximately 5 to 8 cars. My main concern was getting a property that fits the requirements of the state to apply for a used dealer's license. So that's why, I picked this property.
Can you like have Josh like point out the area, your property isn't this whole big area. Where's the area we're talking about?
The front where you see the 1, 2, 3, 4 cars parked, and I don't know if that's a van or a bus parked in the picture, but it's right there, yeah, that vehicle, that whole front area.
And it goes back to
From
the,
there
and
all the way
that's
to
the,
the wall.
that's the office where Josh is pointing at right now?
Yes.
That's the office.
That's
the
yes.
office. The cars behind there are not part of your,
No, those cars are in a previous picture
Yeah.
that was taken.
and that big building's not part of your property.
The big in the middle there?
The big in the middle. with
No,
the- yeah.
that's a appliance store.
Okay, so it's just that small area that Josh is pointing at right now.
Yes.
Okay. And how many cars?
Approximately 6 to 8,
6 to 8
depending on how
cars.
they're parked there.
Okay. I don't have any, I don't have any more questions. If you want to ask Mr. Turner some questions, and then I'd call Mr. Yost briefly.
It might work better if you ask Mr. Yost.
Mr. Yost? Okay.
Certain questions now, because I'm just guessing that a lot of the questions are going to
Okay.
go back and forth from the board.
Well, so Mr. Yost, how long have you owned this property?
Approximately 2007.
2007. Okay. And do you know the previous uses since you've owned it?
It was an auto glass place. It was always spillover for cars that I had, and we would just park them there. And it's always been in auto repair or auto sales. If you scroll down the street, you can see it's Min Auto Body behind that lot. And then down the street, there's 2 more body shops. So the whole area is basically, yeah. So that white building right there, that's Min Auto Body. And then right across to the right is Brothers. That's all automotive. And they bought the lot across the street. And it's just covered with cars, and everybody does work around here. And nobody complains, and there's plenty of parking. And I've never had a problem with people. And you get a lot of traffic. People stop, they look, and it's pretty good for used cars or whatever you want to sell.
What do you have? You said you have another building there
Yes, 808, which was like I said, it was spillover. So if you see 800 right next to that building, it's white. That's 808 East Baltimore Avenue. So I would spill cars over to that lot that needed repair work or were in the way. That flatbed that was sitting there on 3rd Street, I sold that. That's gone. So what I'm trying to do is I paint the walls, clean this place up, blacktop it, and because the whole area is improving and has been improving since I've been down there. All the businesses, the paper company, if you look all around. Yeah, I actually was going to buy the shop in the middle, but that didn't happen. But if you look down the street, there's plenty of parking everywhere. I haven't. There's a new door on that right there. I put a new door on that.
Okay.
There's new lighting. We're going to put lights up and signs, paint the inside of that wall and blacktop that, and it'll look really nice. I concreted the whole thing all the way around.
That's the space we're talking about, right? The space behind that blue
Between the shed and the blue wall.
Between that
Yeah.
white shed and that blue wall is
You
the
could park
space we're
6
talking.
cars across there and 2 in the back, so you can get 8 in there.
Where's your car going to park?
My car, it would be his car.
It's-
I always parked up the street, so my car was away. This way, I would
There is
walk
other
to work.
parking around. There's pictures of the other parking that's on the street, on this street and on that street, that I'm pretty sure I'll be able to place to park my own vehicle without too much of a trouble anytime.
There's actually a parking place right where that telephone pole is. That car isn't there no more. So out of respect with Min Auto Body, we kind of share where that crash car is. Somebody complained, I guess, in the back. So all the cars now are tagged, registered, and inspected. So you can't park a car on that street now looking like that. It has to be, try to make this thing dress right dress.
Yeah, these photos are from 2019.
Yeah.
Does that conclude questions?
Yes,
from
I
the-
don't have anything else unless the board or the solicitor have any
Sure. I
witness.
just want to clarify a few things. Josh, can you put up the aerial again? So the property at issue, the picture we were looking at before was basically the shed to that blue concrete barrier in the front. That's what we're talking about?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you mentioned you could fit between 6 and 8 cars, you're not talking about just lining them up kind of like perpendicular to street. You're also saying you can fit a couple in the back. Was that what you're saying?
I feel like you can fit 2 cars parallel, and then if I wanted to, I could park 5 cars perpendicular this way.
All right. So I guess if you're approved, how do you see this working in terms of, I know I think Mr. McCreesh mentioned most of the sales would be online. What is this a current business that you have? Is this a new business?
Oh, it's going to be a new business, but you can't get in this business without having the dealer's license. You need the property first to have the dealer's license. So this is my attempt to get the property first. I get the zoning right, then I can apply for the dealer's license. So it's like you can't do something beforehand. So that's why I'm here today to do this part first.
I understand. So when you envision like online sales, are you talking about, let's say cars.com and websites like that?
There's multiple ways to do that. There's actually companies that you can pay that will put your vehicles online, and they will put your vehicle on as many platforms as possible, and it will put your vehicle online in a professional manner that will help you sell the car or whatever. So it won't be me searching, trying to put it on Facebook and sell a car. I actually plan to pay an advertising company that will put the cars on cars.com, Facebook Marketplace, OfferUp, whatever platforms that, will help me sell the cars, they'll be on there. In addition to any walk-up traffic that I might incur from being in the location that I'm at too, so.
So how would that work in terms of walk-up traffic or even closing certain online sales? I know there's a small building / shed on the property now.
Yeah.
How do you see it working from just a practical standpoint?
Well,
I can answer that easier. Right on the corner, down the street is Terry's Auto Tags. It's pretty simple. When you have the title, somebody wants the car and they have the money, they're buying the car, they pay you, you write a bill of sale up, bring the title work over to Terry's Auto Tags, which is right there. She does the paperwork, gives you the tag, you put the tag on, shake their hand, congratulations, and they drive away.
There's actually 2 tags.
Right, but what about everything before that? What about everything before that? Like operationally, like people coming to look at the car, test drives, all the stuff, like the business part of it. I guess that's why I think it's probably geared to him. How do you envision doing that with that space?
Well, I envision people coming there. I envision a person being able to look at the car online. If they see they're interested in the car, then I can give them the address. They can come down to this location. They can look at the car. If they want to proceed and take the car for a test drive and they legally can test drive the car, then they can test drive the car right around here in this area and they won't impede traffic anywhere. And then if things go well and they want to buy the car, there's enough office space for me to do everything that I need to do on my end, that it would be legally. And like you said, there's tag places around there as well as other auto repair places around there. So if there's anything that needed to be done, I actually can do everything right there in that area. I don't have to leave that area to do anything for a customer, or a customer doesn't have to leave the area to do anything that they would require past me or before me or during me.
You mentioned that there are repair places nearby. Do you envision selling vehicles that require repair?
No, not really. I don't envision, I want to get vehicles that don't need any repair, that are ready to go on the lot and be sold. And it's easier to do that with the dealer's license.
If the board has any other questions.
Is there an existing curb cut here?
What's curb cut? I'm not sure.
Curb, yes, is down. I had that
Oh,
curb
okay,
down.
so it means it's sloped
That's
down,
what-
yeah.
It isn't a 9-inch curve to begin with.
Yeah, is that that's a curb cut? Yeah.
So it looks, so looking at, for the record, what appears to be Google Street View from 2019, it appears that the curbing along the property appears to be depressed along its length. It's not a specific curb cut, just kind of a lower curb continuously. Is that kind of how it is on site?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
right.
And for cars to come in and out, you basically pull into whichever space they're in and pull out, nothing special, right?
Yes.
Now, if you were to put, or if the tenant were to put two cars or multiple vehicles to the back of it, you would have to maneuver other cars in order to get those cars out. Would that be a correct statement? Okay. Any other questions from the board?
One more question. Is there an existing lease now?
Yes.
Yes,
And what's the term of that?
1 year.
1 year?
1 year.
It
yes.
should have been handed up with the package. I think it should be in.
No, we don't have a lease.
I don't have any packages.
Yeah, I have a.
Yeah, if you have a
Hand it
copy,
up.
we'd happily take it as an exhibit.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, no.
I
No worries, John.
thought I submitted it. Is this the previous lease? Oh, no, that's it. Yeah, Jason is your brother?
My son.
Is your son, so he's a member?
Yes.
Okay. So, Jason Yost signed in, 500.
All right.
500 fast lane.
500 fast lane.
All right.
Turner.
Real quick, Bryce, we didn't ask for any variance for stacking of parking spaces.
Understood. So first off, we'll accept the lease as Exhibit A1. Now, another preliminary or another question here before the board considers the application. If the board were to consider imposing any restrictions on the amount of vehicles that would be parked there, would that be something that the applicant would be acceptable with?
Yes, yes.
And also, as Josh just referenced, typically in order to allow vehicles to be parked behind other vehicles, you need to stack those vehicles.
Okay.
And no variance has been requested to stack vehicles. So if you wanted to do that, we'd probably have to re-advertise and come on back again next month. So just a clerical point on that part. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So with that, does the board have any other questions or? No? Are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment with respect to this application? Seeing none. So at this point, I think it's appropriate to close the record, and I think the board might want to take a moment to discuss this one in executive session. So we'll take a moment and be right back.
Thank you.
Steve, do you want me to make it?
What do you need? What do you need?
All right, the board just returned from a brief executive session, back on the record. Does the applicant have a question?
No, do you have a question, or?
I was just going to state, two cars in the back.
We discussed that. If that was a problem, that's not a major point. He can limit the parking spots, but whatever the board suggests.
All right, well, I do have a suggested motion here if one of the board members would like to make it. The suggested motion would be to approve the application conditioned upon the following. Conditioned upon a limitation of no more than 5 vehicles parked on the lot at any given time. Conditioned upon the only, sorry, been a late night. Sorry, I had a little blip there. Conditioned upon only being 5 vehicles on the lot at any given time. Any vehicles on the lot must be registered and in working order. And then the use will be only for motor vehicle sales. There will be no sales of any other non-motor vehicles, and there will be no general storage of motor vehicles. That would be the motion. Those are the 3 conditions. The applicant understands those conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a member of the board who would be so inclined to make that motion?
I'd make that motion.
All right.
I do make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second the motion.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All against?
Opposed?
All right, congratulations. Your vote passed 2-1. You'll receive a formal written decision from my office within 45 days.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Next up, we've got number 11-1 of 25, State and Lansdowne Associates, care of Kravco Company, 0 State Road.
To start, you can keep that microphone if that works.
Few housekeeping matters.
Mr. Solicitor, is that all right if I approach and hand out some pre-marked exhibit packages?
Please. And while you're doing that, just going to mark a few exhibits myself. ZHB1 is the application package. ZHB2 is the proof of posting. ZHB3 is the proof of publication. And I also have here 6 exhibits that the applicant passed up, already pre-marked, A1 through A6. These will also be admitted. So at this point, perhaps we should swear in your witness, and then you can take us away.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes. Wayne Kiefer, K-I-E-F-E-R.
So good evening, members of the board. Rob Lewis from Kaplan Stewart. Contrary to the agenda, I am not Amy Farrell. I'm stepping in for Amy this evening for this project. My clients are State and Lansdowne Associates, which is an affiliate of Kravco Company. And as is my practice, I've handed to the board some pre-marked exhibits. If the board will permit me a moment, I'll try and expedite our presentation to you this evening. Just very briefly, the property that is before you this evening is about a 1.84 acre parcel that, although physically separated by State Road, is part of the Bond Shopping Center. It's also separated from the immediately adjacent by quite a grade change between our site and the remainder of the center. It is a corner lot at the intersection of State Road and Lansdowne. It was formerly a gas station, the remnants of which are still on site. It has been vacant for quite some time. This property was the subject of 2 prior applications to this board involving proposals to locate a Starbucks in this location. Starbucks, as you probably know, did locate to the inline portion of the Bond Shopping Center adjacent to this parcel. Kravco has now managed to secure a new tenant for the proposed redevelopment of this site, with that tenant being Chipotle. As you'll hear this evening from Wayne, the property certainly has physical features that make it undevelopable without relief from the zoning hearing board. It not only is it a corner lot that has its own challenges, but the property is subject to steep slopes, And nearly the entire property actually lies within the floodplain. So the moment you even try and put a shovel in the ground, you're instantly seeking zoning relief. So you'll hear a little bit more about that from Mr. Kiefer as we go through. As I mentioned, I handed to the board pre-marked exhibits. I'll just identify a couple of those for the record. Exhibit A1 is the zoning application and addendum that was filed by my partner, Amy Farrell, on behalf of the applicant. And applicant's Exhibit A2 is the deed to the property from March of 1998, demonstrating standing for my client to proceed this evening. Applicant's Exhibit A3, I will actually have Mr. Kiefer identify that. Mr. Kiefer, is that an accurate statement of your academic and professional qualifications?
Yes, it is.
And am I correct that you are a licensed engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
I am.
And you're part of the civil engineering team for the proposed project?
Yes,
And you have visited this site previously?
I have.
And were you also actually the engineer of record for the 2 prior proceedings before this zoning hearing board?
Yes, I was.
I'd like to offer Mr. Kiefer as an expert in civil engineering.
He will be accepted.
Great, thank you. Applicant's Exhibit A4 in your packet is an aerial photo, or a series of 2 aerial photos of the property, kind of showing existing conditions with an overlay of about the size of our proposed building. And starting with that, why don't I have Mr. Kiefer jump in, and if you could, Mr. Kiefer, can you utilize applicant's Exhibit A4 and briefly describe the property to the board?
The portion of the property we're looking at is the existing gas station. The remainder of the 1.8 acres is planned north. That is the strip center that's been there for several years. As mentioned, there's about a 4 to 6 foot grade change between the strip center and the gas station site. Immediately to the right is the high school property with some extremely steep slopes up to that property. As mentioned, the portion of the property is in the floodplain. That would be the front left corner along both roads is floodplain. And as most of you probably know, that entire area is in the floodplain.
And if you can, given the size of the gas station infrastructure that is there, is it fair to say that the property currently is non-conforming with respect to many of the applicable zoning requirements?
Correct. The canopy is extended in the required front yard on State Road. And the impervious is over what's allowable, but a variance was granted with the development of the strip center. So it complies with the variance that was granted.
And Wayne, if we can actually move to applicant's Exhibit A6, I believe that is a zoning plan. Make sure that I have my exhibits in order. Can you just very briefly describe for the board the proposal that's depicted on applicant's Exhibit A6?
So the dark gray shaded area is the proposed Chipotle that's just under 2,400 square feet. There'll be 2 driveways to the property that are essentially in the same locations as 2 of the 4 existing driveways. We are eliminating the 2 driveways closest to the intersection. If you look to the left, you can see the dashed dotted line that runs through the site about the middle of the drive aisle. That is the existing floodplain location. Parking there's 20 parking spaces provided, which exceeds what's required. There are 6 stacking spaces provided, which exceeds the requirements. To the rear of the building or up or planned north, there is a loading area and a bypass lane for the drive-through. As I say drive-through, this is a Chipotle. It is essentially a pickup-only lane. There's no menus. There's no ordering in that drive-through lane. It's strictly a pickup. You order online or in the app. You're notified when your order's ready. You get in the lane, you pick it up, and that's it. They say average time at the window is about 30 seconds.
But just to be clear, the drive-through / pickup lane here is accompanied by indoor seating, and our proposal, as we'll talk about this evening, some outdoor seating.
Correct.
This is not only a takeout facility.
Correct. They said right now they're running about 50% pickup versus indoor, at least ordering, if not eating.
And for somebody of my age that would likely screw this up and forget to order in advance, How generally is that handled by Chipotle? If I all of a sudden show up and I'm looking for a menu board and there is none, are there accommodations for people like that to be able to handle that?
Yes, and there are 3 marked pickup lanes that you can order from, or it's a waiting area if you get there before your order's ready. So you're not clogging up the drive-through lane. There's a separate place for you to wait.
And the number of stacking spaces here for the drive-through meets or exceeds the ordinance requirement? Correct?
Yes, there's 6 provided where 5 are required.
And talk a little bit about the circulation, because I do believe you engineered this to ensure that, generally speaking, there's a bypass lane
Right.
for somebody that accidentally got into the drive-through.
So the drive aisle adjacent to the parking spaces closest to Lansdowne and State Road, that's a 2-way lane. So you could come in from either road, head to the parking spaces from either road. The drive-through and the area behind the store or plan north is all one way. So once you're in the drive-through lane, you could only proceed in that direction all the way through the back of the store. Trash trucks loading, everything would be one way along the back of the store.
And just one more point with respect to the access. The access on Lansdowne is proposed to be right in, right out only, correct?
Correct. There's an island in there, so there are no lefts that could be done from either direction, in or out.
The redevelopment that you're proposing, would this reduce or eliminate any of the existing nonconformities on site?
It will eliminate the front yard setback on State Road. We are complying with the front yard setback. And it is a very, very slight decrease in impervious overall from what's there existing.
Okay. The proposed drive-through component of this use, though, is a permitted by right use according to the zoning ordinance.
Yes, it is. This is zone C2, and it's permitted in that zone.
Okay. Let's take a look then, Wayne, and talk directly about the zoning relief that we're seeking here this evening. We are not seeking relief with respect to drive aisle widths, correct?
Correct.
Those are-
Everything complies.
The parking spaces comply, the drive aisles comply. And because of providing compliant drive aisles and parking spaces, you ran into just a dimensional challenge with respect to the site, correct?
You're referring to this, the 9-foot sidewalk?
Yes.
Yeah. Essentially what we have on the Lansdowne side of the store, it's required to have a 9-foot sidewalk or 6-foot plus 3 feet of landscaping. What I did is move the store more forward. We provide the 6-foot that's required, but not the 9-foot that's required with building entrances. I incorporated that additional 3 feet into the rear of the store in the drive-through loading bypass parking area where it does more use for the site, because we'll never need a 9-foot wide sidewalk at the front of the store.
And explain, the ordinance requirement here is a bit unique. That sidewalk requirement applies anywhere there's an entrance to the building, correct?
Correct.
And we actually have 2 entrances to this building, and so we are compliant on the state road side, providing actually more than 10 feet in width. It's only on the Lansdowne Street side.
Correct. On both the left and right or short sides of the building, we provide more than the 9-foot required. It's just along the Lansdowne portion, which is the main entrance.
And as I was alluding to earlier, that dimensional challenge was to make sure that you can provide adequate loading space, which is on the plan, and adequate circulation around the building to facilitate trash removal, as well as just general
Yeah,
circulation.
the biggest driving factor is just maneuverability in the back for trash trucks, loading trucks, fire trucks.
While we're talking about loading, part of our request for relief is for the loading areas. It provides that you have to have one minimum loading space. We have provided that, correct?
Yes, we have. And it meets the requirements of 14 by 50.
But with respect to the loading, the ordinance specifically provides that loading shall not be visible from a public street. Is it possible to locate loading on this corner lot?
I don't think it is on a corner lot.
And so you have tried to site that in a place that is not only out of the general circulation of traffic, but also convenient for those deliveries?
Yes.
And have you confirmed with Chipotle that that location is adequate to serve their needs?
Yes, they have approved the plan before we submit it.
Okay. Let me move on to the next request. I mentioned this during my opening comments, but one of the requests for relief that we have is fill within the floodplain. Can you just generally describe that request for relief and what is proposed?
Yes, that came up through when we were working on the Starbucks, we had actually gotten to the land development portion. That was a comment from the township engineer about filling the floodplain, which is being considered as any work within the floodplain. And as I mentioned, the heavy line with the double dots is the floodplain line. If we look back at the existing features, it's already developed. In order to make this site work at all, it needs to be developed again. As far as impact on the overall floodplain, I've ran some quick numbers. The drainage area to the Bond Shopping Center is about 1,900 acres. We're doing construction at about 0.2 of the 1,900 acres. It is going to have no impact at all. And as we mentioned, the impervious is slightly decreased. We'll also be providing stormwater management, which the site doesn't have now. So we are trying to alleviate some of the additional runoff concerns that would be associated with the floodplain.
But as an expert in civil engineering, it's your opinion that the work that we are performing within that floodplain will not have an adverse impact on the public health, safety, or welfare?
No, it's such a small percentage of the drainage area, it'll have no impact.
The next request for relief that we had to do with the outdoor dining. Can you identify the general location and the anticipated operational component of that outdoor dining?
Yes. So luckily, it was zoomed in on the top left corner of the building is going to be a patio area. As you can see, there's a door at the other corner of that end of the building. That'd be typical with fast casual, just a couple of chairs and tables out there for people that order their food inside, choose to sit outside and eat.
And so that outdoor dining is really accessory or an amenity to the indoor dining facility that we're proposing?
Correct.
I think we already touched on the sidewalk location below, down on the Lansdowne Street side. And I think you stated that we are providing 7 feet of sidewalk, whereas the ordinance has a requirement for 6 feet plus an additional 3-foot strip that can either be sidewalk or planting, and we have proposed 7 feet. Is that correct?
Correct. And then that's 7 foot to face a curb. Going through the land development process that was measured from the back of curb, so it's actually 6.33.
Okay. And you believe that's the minimum relief necessary to provide the adequate circulation in the remaining portions of the proposal, is that correct?
Yeah, I think the site just functions better with that 3 feet to the rear of the building.
Wayne, I know that you testified to this the 2 prior times you were before this board for the other proposal, but it's important that we touch on that, on these components. Is it your opinion that the variances that we are requesting this evening are necessitated by the physical circumstances of the property? And if so, can you identify those for the board?
Yeah, as we mentioned, the corner property, having the 2 frontages, really just the small size of the site that's available. There are very limited uses that can go into that site. The steep slopes to the right, which secludes it from anything on that property, and then the change of slope to the rest of the site to the plan north that precludes any kind of interconnections there or making anything else work in that area.
And so then is it also your opinion that the relief we are requesting this evening is necessary to make any reasonable use of this property?
Yes.
And the physical circumstances that you mentioned, those aren't circumstances that were created by the owner or the applicant, correct?
No.
Okay. And lastly, in your opinion, if the board is inclined to grant the relief we're seeking this evening, do you think it would have any detrimental impact on the public health, safety, or welfare?
No.
That's all the testimony I have for Mr. Kiefer. Happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Sure. Just 2 quick points or questions, just for clarification purposes. I believe, Mr. Kiefer, you mentioned that there's going to be some form of stormwater management that you're going to be installing on site. That's not there now. Would you be able to briefly explain exactly what the applicant's proposing?
It's an underground system in the bottom left corner of the site. There is an existing inlet right at the intersection. We would collect the stormwater from the site, put it in the underground basin, discharge it into the existing inlet at the intersection.
Right. And I understand, obviously, you've been before this board a couple of times in relation to a somewhat similar project. So I believe the board has some knowledge about the prior application. Just if you could, 30,000-foot view, what are some of the material differences between those applications that were approved and this one here in terms of the actual site work that's proposed?
From the initial Starbucks application, it's very similar. This includes less stacking based on strictly on the use of the pickup only compared to what everyone sees a Starbucks with. It actually allowed us a little more flexibility in the back. The loading area works much better because it's back behind the building. Previously, we had it between the building and Lansdowne Avenue. Same with the dumpster location. We could push it into the back corner, where prior it had been much closer to Lansdowne Avenue. So although it's generally the same building-wise, there were a couple things that helped us improve some of the layout and circulation of the property.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, if the board has any questions, I believe now would be the time.
Hi. So I have a couple of quick questions. Some of these have kind of already been addressed, so they're more clarifications. If you could just explain a little bit better. So for the Chipotle, is it, you mentioned there would be indoor and outdoor dining. For the indoor dining, is that going to like resemble like your typical Chipotle, like we're talking about like a restaurant where you'd be, because maybe I got a little confused with the mobile app, that you will still be able to go into the store and order the food and also sit down inside?
Yes, this is
Okay.
their standard current prototype, the habanero for if.
Gotcha. Just
Now,
wanted to.
But now inside it's the same ordering counter, seating, everything you would see in most Chipotles.
And I would feel guilty if I didn't use their trade name. It is called the Chipotlane.
Oh.
Their new, their setup, and they
That's
have
funny.
now nearly 600 locations with this type of activity. So it is becoming common for connoisseurs of Chipotle, people that go regularly. They expect now to be able to have the pickup component. But yes, it will have traditional Chipotle indoor dining.
Yeah, so the goal is that it would be like your typical restaurant, but with outdoor dining and then with the pickup lane.
Correct. It's the same as most fast food. The only difference being that you can order beforehand. You don't have to sit there and try
yeah,
to
that's
order
fine.
off the board.
Yeah. Okay. That was my only major question. Thank you.
For the pickup lane, I think earlier there was testimony about like if you pull in, you didn't order, and you realize like, oh, this is like a pickup only. Could you walk me through what that looks like? Are they like, what does that look like? I pull into the lane. Oh, it's pickup only. What do I do?
It will be signed that way. Chipotle has a signage package with signs and pavement markings that it is a pickup lane only. You can see it's right under that car there. It's a mobile pickup app. As you can see, if you were the sixth car in line, you could get stuck behind one other vehicle. If you look plan north, anyone else can jump immediately out of the pickup line through the back of the site and come back around to the parking. So if you
Okay.
get in that line, realize, nope, this isn't what I meant to do, you can pull right around the building, park in one of the spots, make your order, and wait for it to
And
be
then pull
done.
back into the,
It
like,
either
and then
pull
jump
back
back.
into the pickup lane or pull into one of the Chipotle pull-in spaces, which are actually a waiting area for orders that aren't completed.
and then the Chipotle employee would bring the food out to you, or would you
That
get
I'm
back
not
into
positive of whether they bring it out to you or notify you to get back into the lane.
Okay. And I had a similar question regarding the loading. Could you sort of just walk me through what that would look like, since the 24 drive aisle looks to be one way? What's the cycle that the loading trucks are taking?
So the loading trucks would have to pull in the Chipotle pickup line, circulate to the back of the store, be able to park in that striped area, and then maneuver out to the driveway on State Road.
Sorry,
From what I understand, their deliveries are in a standard box truck. They're not bringing in tractor trailers. They're doing 3 to 4 deliveries a week. Their standard is a 10 or 15-minute delivery, usually obviously off hours. With a Chipotle, it's easy. They don't do breakfast. They don't do all night. So they have hours that they can come in that are off their peak.
And to that point, I think the trash hauling is through a private hauler. They also are able to schedule that to make sure that the trash hauling doesn't interfere with their operations.
Correct.
And they would take the same route through the,
Yes.
what did you call that?
The Chipotle lane.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a 12-foot wide, so it's accessible by any truck. And the dumpster's straight back, so it's an easy pick up and maneuver out for the trash truck.
One of the concerns that I have is actually for the student body that gets out of Upper Darby High School. I've seen that intersection, particularly on the north side, where your Chipotle is going to be, gets over inundated with maybe 500 students that are there trying to wait for the crossing to go to the McDonald's or wherever they have to go.
We are maintaining the existing sidewalk. From being in front of the township several times, we did provide a sidewalk connection directly to the Chipotle. So anyone from the high school heading down the road that's going to come there.
You know, you'd like them to come in your place and
Yeah,
buy.
yes, and that's what you can see right next to the handicap space. We're providing a sidewalk connection and then the gore striping up to the building, so they're not walking through the driveway of the Chipotle as they would have had to at the gas station. We're also, if you look to the left, you can see the little kink in the sidewalk. We're going to move it back so the utility pole's not in the middle of the sidewalk anymore, and you could actually use the entire sidewalk. Thought that might be beneficial.
Thank
But
you.
at the intersection itself, I understand there are a lot of people there, and I'm not, we're open to suggestions. I don't think anything has come up through the prior land developments of changes there, but we are trying to address some of the walkability of the area.
Oh, you go.
Yeah, I have a couple questions about site utilities. So you said you're gonna, stormwater is gonna be pumped out,
No, it's
discharged? you
It's
said?
an underground system that'll be connected by gravity to the existing inlet at the corner of State and Lansdowne.
So you won't be installing a pump?
No, no.
What other utility work do you anticipate underground? Like electric, gas?
There's existing water and sewer that come in off a state road. The plan is to utilize the existing connections into the site and then replace from somewhere on site up to the new building. Electric, we haven't gotten into at this point. We have never got that far through the land development, but it would be the same thing. We would take the existing services and retrofit them to the new building.
And it is an important point. Obviously, this is a first step in terms of the development process. This plan, if we are able to obtain the relief we're seeking this evening, does still have to go through a full land development with the township. And so all specifics with utilities, and all the normal land development criteria will have to be satisfied during that process.
And specifically relative to that, the previous occupant of that land was an oil gasoline facility. And before that, it was also the same thing. Did they have a removed, gotten everything squared away?
The site's already been cleaned up. We have a closure letter from DEP, and I believe we provided that to the township as part of the prior land development process.
I did have a follow-up question. It's kind of a question, more of like, more of a suggestion. So I was once a graduate of Upper Darby High School not too long ago, so I'm very familiar with this property. I'm also very familiar with cutting across this property, especially the backside. So I guess my question is, are there any intentions to put up any type of a fence there to prevent children from basically cutting across the back where there is where I'd assume that's where your drive aisle is,
Right.
to go to like Starbucks, et cetera?
That hadn't come up before. There is a row of pine trees that separate this.
We walk between them. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like.
I know some landscape architects that would put in thorn bushes for that, but.
We'd find a way.
We can look at a fence or additional landscaping there.
What?
Pyracantha.
Yeah, there you go.
Stop it.
But I just want to bring that to attention. Obviously, I think in like obviously this isn't in this plan, but also one thing to consider during land development is the possibility of some type of a walking path back there. Because, you can tell kids to not do something, but, we always find a way.
Part of the problem that we were trying to, one of the initial Starbucks plans had a connection to the
Yeah.
other part of the shopping center. What we wanted to avoid is more, not so much people leaving the high school and going up, but coming down out of that parking lot into the drive-through lane that people aren't expecting.
Yeah.
I feel much better about a fence there to try to stop more of that than anything that would welcome them into that area.
Provided both options. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the board? Is there any public comment related to this application? Seeing none. So at this point, I think it is perhaps appropriate to close the record and for there to be a motion perhaps. Another question?
This is just a question more so to Josh for the zoning relief. So on the application, it does say just see attached addendum. Going through the attached addendum for the relief requested, when it cites the permit outdoor dining as an accessory use, it just says for a drive-through takeout restaurant instead of just a sit-down restaurant. Is that correct? Just want to make sure that.
Let me look at the code.
If I remember right, I think the drive-through restaurant includes indoor seating or can include indoor seating.
I was just checking with our zoning officer for the exact language. Just for when we approve it, everything's fine.
Language for it too. Here we go. So yeah, in our table of permitted uses. So let's see.
Section 550-22.D3.
Yeah, that's the part that's referenced that I'm talking, mentioning that. It just says a full service sit down, which I mean, it is a restaurant, but there's no mention for drive-through, so I just want to make sure the language is correct.
I just have
So
one.
a drive-through is a permitted use there. So I think before, right, with the Starbucks, it was because it was a takeout only. It wasn't necessarily a restaurant, is where we were having some of the language issues before. And I think this might be a little bit of a holdout from that.
That was my understanding of the prior issue with the second version of the Starbucks, is that when there was no indoor dining, you didn't meet the definition and it was only the drive-through, whereas this is a traditional fast casual
I'm
restaurant.
just making sure that the application matches what you guys presented.
Yep.
Because it says takeout restaurant and not.
Okay,
sit
if
down.
that
Is
satisfies
is
it,
the
then that's
issue?
fine.
No,
Well,
I
no,
just- I
oh,
want
no, I
to
was just asking, yeah, because for that subsection, it says accessory use to a full service sit-down restaurant, and normally we would just put the variances on our application, but because it says see addendum attached, and the language here is not the language that's in the code, when we approve it, we're approving it based on this language, not the language on the code.
Right, but I think this is, right, because you're not having necessarily full service, right? You're not having,
There's no waitress.
right, there's no waitress,
Oh,
you know, so there's no service coming out. So I think having the variance to have it be as part of the takeout restaurant or, you know, the more Chipotle model would make sense in this scenario.
Okay.
And we would certainly expect that if the board is inclined to grant any relief, that relief would be specifically conditioned on compliance with the testimony and exhibits presented, thus limiting us to the operational issue, that we presented this evening.
I
Correct.
appreciate that,
And-
thank
and-
you.
And Kyle, yeah, so just to kind of dovetail off that, so the variance itself, despite the exact wording in the application, is from the specific section of the ordinance. And our ordinance only allows outdoor dining in conjunction with, standard non-drive-through restaurant. So they're getting the relief from that section. And again, like council mentioned, everything is conditioned upon the testimony and exhibits presented here before you. So that is the limitation. So no concern.
Then I'd be happy.
Thank you.
So with that, either at this point, we'll close the record. Does the board care to make a motion, or do we?
Anybody else?
Oh, sure.
Sorry about that. I was just waffling with this one. For traffic control, because this is a very busy area, who would be providing that? The landlord, general contractor, or the township?
During construction? Is that what, or
Yeah, as
during
soon as,
operation?
you break ground.
During construction, it'll be the contractor slash applicant, but we'll need to comply with any township and/or PennDOT regulations. So for the work right along the road, we'll be subject to PennDOT regulations. We'll need their approval. We'll need their details, their specific signage requirements that we'll have to meet.
So they're gonna have somebody out there directing traffic?
It's at times, yes, doing some of the curb work along both roads, yes, there'll be most likely be a flagger out there. They
might
have
be.
a set of about 10 to 12 different details depending on 1 or 2 lane directions, and we'll have to comply with all those requirements. In fact, they're built into the PennDOT permit.
It might be helpful to connect with the school district as well.
With
The school district as well.
Okay.
For the timing of those improvements.
Right.
On the right of way.
And we would certainly expect that during the land development process where we have to present that PennDOT HOP, that we would work through those details with the township staff and engineer to make sure that we coordinate the appropriate times for that work.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay. So at this point, we'll close the record, and either a motion would be appropriate, or if the board would like to discuss an executive session, we can do that as well. All right, I believe we have a motion.
I make a motion to approve this application on the condition that deliveries take place when the store is closed, or restaurant?
Restaurant.
Store, quick service restaurant is closed. I'll start that over. I make a motion to approve the application based with the condition that deliveries take place during when the store restaurant is closed.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, congratulations. You received your verbal approval tonight. You'll get a written letter from my office within 45 days. Hope you have a good night.
Appreciate it.
Take care. Next up, we have application number 11-3 of 25 for LMLK Enterprises, DBA The Social Factory, for the property located at 7032 Garrett Road. A few housekeeping matters. We're going to mark the following exhibits. ZHB1 is the application package. ZHB2 is proof of posting. ZHB3 is the proof of publication. And something tells me the applicant has some exhibits here.
Thank you.
And for the record, Mr. Long has passed up a series of 6 applicant exhibits marked A1 through A6. These will also be admitted. And at this point, Mr. Long, I think it would be appropriate for you to swear in your witnesses and tell us what you want to do.
Go ahead. You guys want to raise your right hands? She's got to swear you in.
And names, please.
Khalil Abdul Rashid,
Please spell your full name.
Halil, last name Abdur hyphen capital Rashid.
Spell your last name, please.
And before I turn the reins over to you, is there any member of the public tonight who is here and would request party status with regard to this application? Seeing none.
All right. Thank you. Yes, I'm here on behalf of LMLK Enterprises, whose DBA is The Social Factory. I have Khalil and Martin here from the group that owns it. We're asking for special exception relief for a conference center and banquet facility at 7032 Garrett Road, which is actually right down the street here. This building or this property was actually before you last year. It is, I believe, a chiropractor's office, right, on the first floor. They were looking to put a restaurant at that time in the basement. That's the area that we're talking about is the basement. Just to be clear, my clients are not the prior applicant, and that came before this board before. That application, while approved, has since expired, so that's why we're back here. And also their use that they're proposing is different from the restaurant use that was proposed previously. What they're looking to do is, as I said, do a conference center banquet facility in the basement of the building. It is occupied on the first floor by medical office. Second floor, I believe, is vacant. And So this would be down in the basement. There is a front entrance and a rear entrance. It is basically a big open area down the basement. There's around 3,000 square feet. Correct me if I'm wrong at any point. Around 3,000 square feet or so of the basement is sort of an open area. And then there's another 2,000 square feet taken up by kitchen, bathrooms, boilers, things like that. The idea, it is a commercial property. It's in the C3 district, surrounded by other commercial properties. Let me see. There is no sprinkler system in the building, but it does have a fire alarm system, as well as it is outfitted with extinguishers in the basement. That's my understanding, or at least to the best of our knowledge, that there is no requirement that it have the sprinkler system in that portion of the building. The landlord, as you'll see on A4, one of our exhibits, landlord is in support of the application, is aware of the application. Besides the special exception use, one of the things we're asking for is a variance to have more than one principal use on the property, essentially, which was granted previously by the board. Essentially, the idea is that there's a use in the basement, use on the first floor, and use on the second floor, that it's a multi-use building. Let me see. So essentially what my clients are looking to do is they want to rent out the space for people who want to have different kinds of events. Think big retirement parties, birthdays, gender reveal parties, wedding receptions, office parties, conferences and meetings, job fairs, things like that. They're hoping to partner and cooperate and work with the surrounding businesses to be that event space for those businesses if they need anything. I know my clients and I talked about the fact that there's a bank right down the street. If somebody at the bank's having a retirement party, they can be the place to have that retirement party. Another aspect of what they're looking to do is to have comedy shows in that space. That's part of what their business is. They operate comedy shows. So basically on like maybe Saturday nights or other nights of the week potentially as well, they would have comedy shows in the space. It would be a BYOB establishment. They would like it to be left open, the idea that potentially they could get a liquor license down the road. But right now, they would be just BYOB. Anybody who's renting out the space would be able to bring in, provide liquor or alcohol. They would have licensed bartenders on staff as well as wait staff in order to make sure that everybody's being served properly. There's not overconsumption or over-serving, that kind of thing. There is a kitchen down in that basement area. They would like to do catering so they would provide the catering, the food for the various events, that kind of thing. That would be set up as part of a package when you're renting the space. As well as they'd like the ability to potentially sell some food, finger foods like wings, things like that during some of the comedy shows, that sort of thing. They're looking to be open from, have business hours from potentially 8 a.m. until 2 a.m. The 8 a.m. would be more for the, if they're having kids' birthday parties or conferences or meetings, that kind of thing. But 2 a.m. until for some of the other kinds of events that they might have, such as wedding receptions or the comedy shows, those kinds of things. Obviously, they would adhere to any maximum capacity that's required by the fire marshal for the space. They think that they can fit approximately, if it's just standing room, approximately 200 people in the space. With tables, obviously that number drops down significantly to more like 100 or 50, 75, depending on the kind of event that they're having. But again, of course, whatever the fire marshal puts as the maximum capacity, that's what they're going to be limited to. And just to be clear, because I think there were, I have attached the prior decision as one of our exhibits, just so you have it if you wanted to see it. I know there were some complaints previously in that prior hearing from, I think, a neighboring bar owner about there were things, I think the prior applicant was potentially operating out of there before getting any kind of zoning approvals or things like that. Nothing like that's been going on at this point. While they have a lease for the property, which is A1, our exhibit, they've not started operating in there at all, so there's nothing going on yet. They want to get their zoning approvals first before they move forward. I see some of you are looking at A6, which is photographs of the space. That's what the space looked like at the time. It is being renovated right now. But that was just to give you an idea of what it looks like down in the basement, but it's going to look a little different once they're done with it. Anything else you want me to add? It is a special exception, which, as we all know, the joke is it's neither special nor an exception. It's an allowed use. Really, the main things here are the size, scope, and character of the use. We think it's complementary to the area. We think it's something that can be cooperating with businesses. I was here a couple months ago with a funeral home that I represent. If this is approved, I'm going to be talking to them about potentially partnering with these guys as a place for families to have events, food, that kind of thing after a service in order for the family to gather, et cetera. So we think it's something that could be very complementary, as well as the comedy shows, providing some nightlife and something for people to come to in the evening in this commercial district downtown. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Perhaps you could have one of your witnesses just attest to the statements that you made to the board?
Yes.
For record purposes?
Yes. Mr. Abdul Rashid, you were present here in the room while I was just giving this presentation, correct?
Yes.
All right. And were the things that I said correct and accurate to your understanding?
Everything that you said was accurate and correct to my understanding, yes.
So if you were to testify, you would basically be saying the same thing?
Absolutely, I would say the same thing.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This time, if the board has any questions.
I have a housekeeping question. Because the previous order was included in the applicant's record, are we okay referencing this hearing talking about?
Yeah, you can reference anything that's in the exhibits, so that includes the prior order and decision. Now, that decision has expired because the prior relief, the applicant did not proceed forward with it within a year, but you can reference it all you like. It's in evidence.
Thank you. All right. I guess my first question or question/statement is the context in terms of the previous application and the current application. I just want to make sure the applicant and council is aware of the context of my following questions. So the previous application was approved as a restaurant, and we specifically limited their ability to have a bar service or just serve alcohol. And we also limited their hours of operation to midnight. I'm only bringing that up just to be transparent about maybe some of the following questions you're going to hear, because I heard in the testimony about some of your plans. It seems like that would be a problem. So I guess my first question is, do you want to amend anything in your application before we go down this path, or should we just proceed?
I mean,
Got limited for a reason. Communicating with our landlord, it was understood that they ran into some, communicating with our landlord, it was understood that they ran into some issues with selling illegal alcohol, and that's why their hours were limited. That's what was explained to us from our landlord. We are asking to proceed as a BYOB. Again, as the lawyer stated, we have not been in business yet. So we hope to not be penalized like the previous leases, and hopefully we can move forward with the hours that we're asking to be in operation.
And if ultimately the board decided that they weren't willing to grant, I think, hours of till 2 a.m., but did it at midnight, obviously we're going to, whatever approvals you're willing to give, they'll assess as to whether or not it makes sense for them. Fair enough. But obviously, as he said, they haven't been operating on the site. They haven't caused any issues. They're trying to make sure they're doing everything by the book. They're going to have licensed bartenders and wait staff on site to make sure that there's not overconsumption and over-serving and things of that nature. So the idea is they obviously do not want to be a problem on the block or causing issues for the township and the police or anybody else.
So absolutely, we're asking to stay open at 2 a.m. If not 1 a.m., if not 12 a.m. is fine.
I do have some questions related to the hours of operation. I believe according to our ordinances, you are able to be open until 2 a.m., but I do have some logistical questions as it relates to 2 a.m. So one, you plan on only hosting private events, except for the comedy club or the weekly comedy shows, I'd assume?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. For those comedy shows, what are the typical hours of operations for those?
The comedy shows would typically be, as stated earlier, probably a Friday or a Saturday. They would probably start about 8 p.m. And again, if we could stretch it out to 2 a.m., fine. If 1 a.m., fine. If we kept off at 12 a.m., that's fine as well.
Are those going to be like general walk-ins from the public? Or are they ticketed shows? Is there like a check-in?
It's going to be both.
Okay, so, okay.
We'll market and promote on social media, and we'll also advertise out in front of the business for walk-ins as well.
Do you plan on having any on-site security and staff? So like crowd control, et cetera?
Absolutely. We're going to outsource for security, and then we're going to have a host, as well as stated earlier, licensed bartenders. We're going to have cleanup people and then servers as needed.
Okay. And like, I guess you could just use the word security, but like, are they going to be posted up at the door like a bouncer? Are they going to be internal? Or are they going to be both?
It's going to be both.
Okay.
At the door and internal.
Okay. And that would be throughout the entire duration of the show?
Throughout the entire duration of the show from start until close.
Okay. Do you only, and it's been a bit since we've seen this application. Is there only one entrance and exit?
It's actually two.
There's two.
Yes.
There's two. Okay, perfect.
There's one in the front and one in the back.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So it's two different stairwells, right?
Two different stairwells.
Okay.
And both,
that stairwell leads to the outside, because I was going to ask that.
Yes, they both lead to the outside in the front of the building, the outside of the back of the facility.
and both entrances and exits will be accessible to the public in case of emergencies?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you did mention you wanted to do some food service. I'm assuming that's what you would like to do with the kitchen?
Yes.
Do you plan on having like cooks, chefs, and if you are doing any type of food service, going through the county, making sure to get the health department's approval, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, we already spoke to the Department of Health for Delaware County, but they told us we had to go through you guys first.
Understood.
The idea would be that if somebody's having a birthday party or retirement party, they could go to them and set up a menu that they would then cook and make and provide there. They would be the on-site caterer for it.
And what is your expected occupancy? I mean, I know you won't know until like you go through all the approval processes and the fire marshal comes by, et cetera. But like, I'd assume you did some type of a business model, obviously in advance. So what's your average attendance that you're expecting?
For sit-down events, about 100.
Okay. And of those 100 people, do you expect them to mostly travel via street parking? Do you plan them to take public transit? Do you plan for, like, I guess, what's your understanding for that specific locale?
Yes, it would be street parking. I know we have street parking in the front of the facility. In the back, we have parking lots. In the general area, we have free parking up 69th Street as well. It will also be public transportation. We know that the 69th Street terminal is less than a block away for trains and buses. And we know that the area that we live in now, everybody does ride share. So those three forms.
Gotcha. And then for the street parking specifically, where do you intend for your employees, the security, et cetera, to park? Will you have like designated parking spots for them? Like, I don't know if like on the back of your property, if you have any specific allocated parking spots, or if it's all just street parking?
All street parking.
All street parking? Okay.
I don't think the building has any parking at all.
Okay. That's what I figured. I just wanted to.
To the point where I put a variance for parking, and then Josh said it's not a requirement for that district, because I'm so used to having to deal with parking, so.
And then, so you mentioned the comedy shows are on Fridays and Saturdays, 8 to 2. The other hours of operation, those would be private events. Are they mostly in the evening? Are they midday? I know we have some like daycares that are nearby. We have some like churches. So like, what are your other hours of operation, if any?
So, starting off at 8 a.m., they will be more for the family-friendly events, the conferences, the job fairs, any parties for children. We'll be soliciting the daycare down the street and let them know that there's a facility available for them for children's parties. And then once the business is closed, 4, 5, 6, 7, then it would uptake to more of the repasses and receptions and retirement parties. So we have it kind of, that's the business model.
And I guess I don't want to like, impose anything right off the bat because I'm sure we'll talk about it later, and I'm sure the rest of my board has a bunch of questions. Apologies for asking so many. Do you plan on having more than one event per day? So like, are we talking like there'd be like a children's party, then like a repass, and then a comedy club? Like, are we talking multiple events a day? Are we talking more like one event a day? Like what is the density of the events look like?
We mainly anticipate one event a day, but there is room for maybe 2 events a day.
The occasional 2, okay.
Yeah, I think it's just going to depend on what they are and what kind of staffing and that kind of stuff, whether they can swing it.
Okay. And then do you guys, this is my last question, promise. Do you plan to do any type of exterior signage? I'm assuming there's like a door on the side, but you plan on putting like some signage up, et cetera?
Yes, actually, we've been in contact with the sign company right next door to us, our neighbor ML Signs.
Yeah.
And we anticipate having a sign hung by mid-December.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And obviously, if there's any zoning approval needed for that, we'll come talk to Josh first, and maybe we'll be back here for that. So,
When do you get your food deliveries?
When do we get our food deliveries?
Yes.
We would pick up the food as needed for our events. We would hire outside catering companies mainly for when we're subleasing the space for events. But when we throw our own events, we would buy our own food.
How is this going to be delivered? I mean, I'm trying to picture where the traffic is going, how it's stopping, getting downstairs.
Mm-hmm. So the kitchen to the facility is closer to the back stairway. So we would bring the food in through the back entrance.
is it like an alleyway behind there, or?
No, it's just a street.
Ludlow? Like the back street, Ludlow?
Yes, Ludlow.
Ludlow.
Yes, the back street.
Thank you, okay.
What's the trash pickup arrangement? Now that I'm looking at the dumpsters, like with the building currently, like how frequently is it public, private? I'm not sure.
It would be private.
Yes.
Trash pickup right now is every other week. That dumpster right next to the blue door is ours. Since we're doing renovations right now, we're doing it every other week, but it'll be every week once we're open.
And that's private, like you guys are doing it yourself right now, or is the
No,
town?
it's a company called J&K. Yes, and we are paying for it ourselves.
Yes, it's not the township, it's a private hauler.
Just one more question. This is just, life safety question. What are you renovating? Are you adding partitions down because it's an open space. I just want to know, you could do whatever you want. I just want to know.
Okay, the floor was buckled. We're redoing the floors. It was quite a few doors that needed to be rehung. They weren't closing. We have we're calling the VIP room. We're changing that, redecorating that completely. And we have to paint the entire facility. And again, it's the floor that's really buckling. It's buckling like maybe four different spots.
So just basically the flooring, you're not going to paint the ceiling, you're not going to change the lights, you're not going to do any electrical, you're not adding walls like to segregate areas where people can get stuck.
The design is basically the same.
Okay.
We're just reinforcing. Like we have doors that you can just pull right open.
Okay.
But we're fixing all
Yeah, the idea primarily is for it to be an open, bigger open flex space. So they can use it however they, need to at different times.
Are there any additional board questions at this time? All right. Do we have any public comment related to the pending application? Seeing none. So at this point, we'll close the record. And what's the board's pleasure? Can either make a motion or take a moment and discuss.
Let's discuss.
All right. So we're going to take a moment, go into executive session, and we'll be right back.
year round.
All right, the board has, let the record reflect, the board has returned from a brief executive session. I believe at this point, a motion is in order.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the application.
Do we hear a second?
Second to approve.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
All right, congratulations. You relief passed by a vote of 2 to 1. You'll receive a formal written decision from my office within the next 45 days. Thank you very much. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Have a good night.
Do we have to wait for that, or can they move ahead? Okay, all right, great. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Next item up is 9-3 of 25 for the Al Medina Islamic Academy Association at 148 Garrett Road. And I just want to make a brief announcement. I know that we typically curfew at 10 o'clock. We will get through all of the items on the agenda. So we don't want anybody waiting here and thinking we're not going to get to you. So we're going to get through the whole agenda. Just wanted to say that in case there was any frayed nerves back there. So with
one very nervous guy.
with that said, few exhibits we're going to mark. ZHB1 is the application package. ZHB2, proof of posting. ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. What I will also mark here is a letter from Mr. Shafkowitz dated September 11th, 2025, and a letter dated October 16th, 2025, providing waivers of the municipality's planning code requirements in order to allow us to proceed with our hearing today. That will be ZHB4 marked collectively.
Thank you.
Is there any member of the public tonight who would like to seek party status with respect to application 9-3 of 25? Seeing none. Okay, I think at this point we can swear in the applicant, and Mr. Shafkowitz, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think what I'd like to do is start with proffering some of the application first, and then I will we'll have our witness sworn and talk a little bit more about our application. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you. I know it's been a long evening. Plenty of applications. We'll do this as quickly as we can. My name is David Shafkowitz. Can you spell that? You're good. Okay, good. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Islamic Academy Association. That is the applicant and the owner of the property known as 148 Garrett Road in Upper Darby. The property is located in the township's C1 zoning district and is currently improved with a two-story structure that has a basement where what we're referring to, that conducts a particular use that we're referring to as an Islamic Resource Center or Community Center. Just by way of reference, and I know, Josh, you probably have these on Google Maps, but I just have some photos of the property. If I can, I'll hand those up as maybe applicants exhibit 1 and 2, just to give some reference.
Sure. And these will be accepted as exhibit A1 and A2, one sheet each. Just give me a sec to just distribute to the board if you can.
Sure.
And for the record, we'll just make the Google aerial A1, and then the street view will be A2.
Now, as you will see from the street view, the property at issue is a two-story, 20,000 square foot facility. As I mentioned, that we refer to as a resource or community center for people of the Islamic faith. What we were here for originally was on the issuance of a notice of violation or a letter from Josh's office that essentially said, hey, we think this might be a religious assembly use and/or it might be a school, so we need to come in for some zoning relief. As it turns out, the testimony you'll hear tonight is that we don't think we're either. This particular use or the use that's being conducted on the site isn't for primarily religious assembly. As a matter of fact, religious assembly takes place very infrequently, if at all. There is a mosque down the street. That is the area for the religious assembly. This is more of a resource center that we'll explain a little bit more what that means. It's also not a private school.
That doesn't offer educational programs in terms of teaching kids reading, writing, arithmetic. There's no tuition. There's no regular scheduled classes to teach kids any particular school-oriented program. It's rather there as a resource to children who need help with their schoolwork. As you can imagine, the children or the families that take advantage of this particular center are immigrants to the United States, or parents who are first generation, who maybe don't understand English as well as their kids might, but so the kids can't go home and ask mom and dad for help with their homework. This is a place that they can go with some of the kids who have gone through the program, who are either students at the high school or have graduated Upper Darby High School and have moved on to some of the more prestigious colleges in the area, and volunteer their time to help kids in some larger groups or in group sessions to learn these programs, as well as learn, I guess for argument's sake, Islamic tradition and some other faith-related issues. But it's not necessarily intended to be a place of worship. It's not necessarily intended to be private school. It's something in between. Having said that, I have with me Mohammed, who's a member of the board and acts as the executive director of the facility. And I probably would like to have him sworn and maybe tell the board a little bit more detail about how they operate.
Can you raise your hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth? Can I have your full name, please?
First name is Mohammed, last name is Rahman.
Use the mic.
R-A-H-M-A-N. Mike?
And sorry, just spell your last name.
R-A-H-M-A-N.
Now, Mohammed, could you just explain to the board briefly, what is your position with the center?
Yeah, I'm one of the board member in this facility, Al-Madina Islamic Academy.
And how long has the academy, how long has the academy been owned by the association?
Since 2019.
And you've operated consistently since 2019?
No, we started in end of 2022, it was beginning of 23.
Okay, and you've been operating consistently since then?
Yes.
I know with the confusion that I created for the board, which I apologize about in terms of the nature of the use, as you will recall, we were asked to come here because we would need a special exception to be a religious assembly use and/or a variance to be a private school. But maybe if you can explain to the board the type of activities that happen.
So basically in Upper Darby, good evening, honorable board member. I'm, honored to be here to present before you. So the basic idea of this is our community is, diverse community, and we have so many immigrant communities here, first generation. Their children sometime goes home, do not, have any help from their parents. So we are, initiated that we can have a religious resource center where children can come, ask if they need any help. So we also help them for their education side, for their religious side, and to, how to be a good person in their life, actually. And we do have, program, which is they come and take a help from there. And also we have a prayer service there. We, community, from local community, like, surrounding, they come and pray there also. So, and also we have children who go to the high school even. We also have a preparation for them. They can go to the, prestigious college, how they can get there, what type of, program they need. We also, help that. And also we have children who are elementary school or middle school kids. They also come and we help them for their educational side, which is, if they need any help on their math, if they need help their English or something. And our help also given by those who are graduated from the high school, in our Upper Darby High School. And they also volunteer themselves and coming into the different timings and get the help. So basically this is what we are doing there. And last 3 years we've been doing it without any issue.
Let's talk a little bit. You had mentioned about allowing for prayer services or prayer to take place at the facility. Can you just explain a little bit more to the board how that works?
Yeah, as a Muslim, as we do pray 5 times a day, and
that 5 times a day, if the local who are around, surrounded, walk through to the places, and they come and they do their, pray in the place. But we, for the huge congregation, which is the huge gathering, we also have a mosque in 69th Street, which is we also connected to that mosque. So the most people are going there for any event or family event or something. We do not have any family event in this facility.
So when there's scheduled religious services, they're held at the mosque?
Yeah.
And this is more for people who come in on their own? It's not necessarily scheduled group religious services?
No.
Now, with regard to the children that you're helping, they go to school other places?
Yes, they go to our Upper Darby School District.
They're in the public school system?
They're in the public school system.
And I also understand that a lot of the programs that for the younger kids, some of the programs are provided during the day?
Yes.
And then for maybe some of the older kids, there are sessions at night?
Yes.
Maybe just explain.
Evening time.
Explain that a little bit in more detail to the board.
So evening time, after school program, not after school program, like after the session, like after 5 o'clock, children come, they stay 5, sometimes they come at 6, sometimes even they come 7:30, 8 o'clock also. So it's different session.
Okay. And that, again, that's to offer them at the sessions, it's either whether they need academic help, religious study, or
Yes.
something along those lines.
Yes.
Do you have employees at the center?
We have 4 employees.
4 employees? Do you also have volunteers?
Yes, we have most actually volunteers.
Okay. And when there's employees and volunteers at the center, is there parking available for them?
Yes, we do have.
You explain to the board how that works.
We actually rented the space from A&E Construction, which is the visitor parking area. If you look at it, Sampson Street, we can see our sign is there, which is, the private parking for this facility. We put the signage. There are 13 parking spots they given us, and we pay the rent. And also they give us 5 parking spots inside their boundary, which is, if only restricted, only the teacher can park there. And also we have a basement, 15 parking space in the facility. In this building, we have a ramp in the back. If you go to the Court Avenue, you'll see the ramp, and they can go to the basement to park.
Okay.
So we all about like 30 to 35 parking spots.
And with those parking spots, have you ever had any difficulty or aware of any difficulty with regard to people who want to use the facility parking?
No, we don't have any difficulty, but like on Sampson Street, yeah, this is the spot that we rented, this spot, yeah. So sometime the neighbor park there, so they put the signage out there that if they park private parking, they might tow the car.
Okay, because that's the area that's reserved for you.
Yeah, this is the area that visitor, not the teacher. Teacher goes to either inside or inside the basement.
Okay, great. Is there anything else with regard to any activities that go on to the center that you would like to explain to the board?
No, I request, this is our community. We are from this Upper Darby school district and Upper Darby township. We are proud to be here, and we also like to beautify and progress in our youth. We are focusing our youth that how if like 10, 15 children every year go to the higher, beautiful, known university, which is our achievement from this township. This is what we are looking at.
Great. I have more of my presentation, but I figured this was going to be the most interesting part. If the board had questions of Mohammed, that this would be a good opportunity to talk about what use is being conducted on the property.
Well, I think it might make more sense, Mr. Shafkowitz, for you to just complete whatever presentation you have, and then the board can ask whatever questions regarding the totality of the project.
Totality of it. Okay, so what I'm going to hand up next is another packet of information, and I'll explain in more detail what this encompasses. Maybe we mark this as, I guess, applicant's exhibit 3.
And that will be accepted as applicant's exhibit 3, a stapled packet with a stapled packet of documentation.
So just by way of background and with regard to the nature of the use, should the use be permitted in this form of whether it be religious assembly, whether it be private school, whether it be some combination of both, or be neither. The applicant had testified that they purchased the property in July of 2019 from another religious academy or another religious use, which was listed as the Fresh Anointing Christian Center. That organization is now actually located across the street and I believe still engages in a similar religious use as that is being conducted by the Islamic Center. So I just bring that attention to the board because it creates some question of whether there was a pre-existing non-conforming use in that district that is substantially similar to the one that's being conducted today in the same space. Second part, with regard to the package, is after the property was purchased, Mohammed and members of his organization had to do renovations of the building. And when pursuing the renovations of the building, they submitted building permits, plans, applications, and the like. And what this package shows is that is copies of some of the permits and, more importantly, the approvals that were granted by Upper Darby Township with regard to this particular use. And just by way of example, if looking at the first sheet, a certificate of occupancy was granted for, at the time, to not only add a handicap ramp, add a men's restroom, add a priest rest area, but also add a prayer area. So I think what has happened, and then there'll be several other permits that were applied for and approved over the course of the years until the facility was able to open, as was testified in 2022. The reason that's relevant is that when the township has the opportunity to inspect the property on the application for permits, grants those permits, and in reliance of those permits, the applicant then spends substantial amount of money to do those improvements. As Mohammed would testify, over the course of the time of getting this center up and running, in excess of $3 million was spent on improvements. That's called a variance by estoppel. So to the extent that there'd be an argument that a variance was necessary for any of the uses being conducted, they are essentially already perceived to be granted because of this process that was going through. As I'm sure your solicitor will tell you, that under those circumstances, the case law calls that a variance by estoppel. What it's trying to do is protect an applicant who is following the rules and the procedures of going through the process of filing the applications and is entitled to then rely on the issuance of those applications when it spends substantial amounts of money as a protection to some point later, maybe saying, well, wait a second, you can't conduct that use now, or we found something different, or whatever. It actually protects the applicant in those circumstances. So with regard to this particular application, which is somewhat unique in terms of maybe not having the neat category to fall into, we have this issue of a pre-existing non-conforming use being conducted on the property, similar to what's being conducted today. That's who the applicant purchased from. Nevertheless, the applicant applied for and received all these building permits and spent substantial amount of funds in reliance on those permits with the township knowing what use was being conducted on the property. Having said that, God bless you, the last part of the discussion is in the alternative, to the extent that this would be more of a religious assembly use, I would argue rather than a private school, because it's not, as the testimony indicated, it's not a place, all the kids who come for help here go to school somewhere else. These aren't teachers that are at the school that are licensed by the state or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to teach children in any particular subject. They don't pay tuition. There's no other characteristics that would give rise to it being run like a private school. Rather, the concept of being a religious resource center to those kids who need the help, who want to get more guidance in their religious pursuits as well as their academic pursuits. I think that best describes it. But nevertheless, when looking at the zoning ordinance and the criteria for a special exception, I know I have it with me. We would look at the township section 550-44 subsection J. And it explains to the board what the board should consider when reviewing special exceptions. And maybe at this point, Mohammed, I'm going to ask you some more additional questions to go through these standards to the extent the board would determine that a special exception would be appropriate for the particular use that's being proposed. And believe me, you know the answers to these, so don't be nervous. In particular, they'd ask the board to give full consideration to the size, scope, extent, and character of the special exception desired, that it is consistent with the criteria and objectives of the Township Comprehensive Plan. As we discussed, as far as you know, this particular use was conducted on the property before you purchased it in 2019, is that correct?
I believe you.
And,
Yes,
and then the use that you're conducting today is substantially in conformance with the uses that were conducted previously.
yes.
With regard to the suitability of the property for the use desired, are you, do you believe that the property is suitable for the use that we described today?
Yes.
With regard to traffic or parking or access to the property, have you been experiencing any difficulties?
No, we don't.
With regard to the individuals that use the facility, are they mostly from the surrounding community?
Yes, yes.
And your experience has been over the last 3 years that the people who are making use of the facility actually walk to the facility?
Most of them, yes.
Yes. And that the people who don't walk, you've had more than sufficient parking for?
Yes.
The next section talks about consider the public interest in or the need for the proposed use or change. Obviously, you had testified that as Upper Darby has evolved into this immigrant community, that there is a need for the services that you provide at this facility. And that doesn't in any way interfere with the health, safety, or morals of or impact the general welfare in a negative way.
No.
If anything, I would think your proposed use would improve the safety, morals, and general welfare of the community.
Yes.
That you believe that the nature of this use and the nature of this building, that you're actually making reasonable use of the property as it relates to what's being conducted therein?
Yes.
And that you're not interfering in any way with the adequacy of light or air or creating overcrowding or congestion with regard to the use that's being conducted? And that you believe that the character or the type of use that's being conducted is consistent with the character of the neighborhood?
Yes.
As I think as we discussed, we know that there's another religious use across the street,
Yes.
and that the mosque is in somewhere close vicinity of your facility.
Yes.
And that lastly, that there are no negative effects on highway congestion, and there's adequate access arrangements provided in protecting any of the surrounding streets.
What was the question?
Do you believe that, in other words, back to the original question, it's more of a complicated way to ask, are you having any problems with traffic on the streets with people using the facility?
No, we don't.
So I think I tried to do my best with regard to the application to cover all the potential bases that we're here to address this particular type of use in terms of the history, the potential pre-existing non-conforming nature, as well as looking at what may more closely resemble a religious assembly use, permitting that use by special exception with no negative impact on the surrounding community. So I think that will conclude my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Sure, and I appreciate you going through all the aspects of that. Before we open up to board questions, I have a few questions for you, Mr. Shapkowitz. Just making sure I understand the requested relief. The primary request is a special exception to permit the proposed use as the applicant described it, together with a parking variance. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then in the alternative, if the board does not grant that relief, you're requesting a variance by estoppel for the reasons that you expressed in your presentation. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And as part of Exhibit A3, it appears there's a number of documents and perhaps some building and construction permits issued by Upper Darby Township, together with what looks like a resale certificate where your client purchased the property. Is that generally a broad but a fair characterization of A3?
Correct.
All right. As part of A3, is there any sort of a use and occupancy permit or a zoning use permit for your client and for this particular use?
Well, as we had mentioned, the one document that's on the top of the package is a certificate of occupancy permit for some of the changes. But also when the property was purchased, and I would have to go back through it, a certificate of occupancy was issued subject to some of these repairs needing to be done. The repairs were done, and then this occupancy permit was ultimately granted to the applicant.
So nothing else apart from what you've attached here is Exhibit A3. Is
Yes.
that right?
Correct.
Okay. With that, if the board has any questions, I believe the applicant would be willing to address those.
I had a question regarding, well, actually, let me start here about the use. What is, council, what's the applicant or council's position on what the current approved use of this site is? What is the applicant or you, maybe, is more accurately,
Yeah,
believe the current approved use of the building is?
The way the difficulty with this, putting what we say, the square peg in the round hole, is I don't believe that in going through the zoning ordinance, there was a particular use that looked at this, which is more of a community center use than something purely religious, something purely school, and something more of a resource to the community. Almost what I would say more akin to like a public library, where people can go, they can gather, they can do different things, engage in different activities. And this one just happens to be centered in the Islamic faith. Yeah, granted, it's not a library per se, but I'm just as a best example. So it's hard to kind of fit it into that use, but to the extent, because it's religiously based, and if the original religious assembly use is the one that's most appropriate, that's why we were asking for the special exception.
Right, so let me be clear. So I think what you're explaining is like what the actual use is, like what's happening on, I guess what I'm asking is, what do you believe the current approved use of the site is? Putting aside what actually is happening there, what do you believe currently the site is approved for?
I would say that
like, what's the last approved use from your perception, since there seems to be a discrepancy?
Yeah, I think like I said, if I had to put that square peg in the round hole, I would say that it was always a religious assembly, religious base use, and that was continued after the acquisition and through the permit process and the like. So that's the use category I would probably most rely on.
And I believe the applicant mentioned there were four, I think I got that number, 4 employees, or was it 4 employees?
Yes.
What are those employees, like what's their job title? Like what do they do?
I mean, definitely one who lead the prayer, or the one who lead the prayer, definitely one is lead the prayer, who is, secure the place, make sure that, when children are there, they are not go out or anything, so look after them. And then some of them are who are basically what they are doing, they share their responsibility. Those responsibility are related to the facility, which is where sometimes they are also leading the prayer, sometimes teaching the religious teaching. So those are the people.
So the 4 employees, they teach the religious teaching, and they also look after the children that are part of the program?
Yes, and also those, they also lead the prayer. We call imam.
Okay. And that's a religious title?
That's the religious title.
And I think you touched on this a bit, but could you just give me a kind of high level summary of like the programs that are offered specifically for kids?
Specifically, the kids, they need help when they do their homework, and we do give them help. And then also we teach their religious study. Our religions, they have to learn from the, beginning from the childhood. And also, we also, taught them different side of their, as they grow, this is how we teach. Basically, the most of the focus that we are doing, either one side is the religious study and other side of their school homework. These are the 2 sides that we're focusing on.
So like after care, like after school care?
After school cares.
Okay. Do you charge a fee for that service, the after school care service?
These are volunteer basis, like it's not like, must be paid, but it's run
It's like
by
a suggested donation type of
donation
situation?
type of things.
Do you receive any like government funding for the programs?
No, we don't.
Now, there's older kid / like adult aspect to the program as well, right?
Yes.
Could you, are the 4 employees that we spoke about, are they involved with that part of it as well? Is that
They're
part of their
involved in,
responsibilities?
yeah, one of them are involving with the scheduling because children are coming in a different timing, and then connect them with the one who are going to the college. Suppose that one student who are in the college, they're going to come and teach or advise other teachers. Suppose some kids need a help with the math, so they do the scheduling. So
Like tutoring?
Yeah.
Like they tutor? Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
Is there any payment that's done to the tutors?
There is any payment, the
Yeah.
teacher?
Yes.
Yeah. We pay the organization, these are non-profit organization pay them monthly salary.
Do you have other tutors or mentors that are also volunteers?
Yes, we have some, mentor I have with me, they can discuss on behalf of that.
Did the staff that works with the kids in the after-school program, did they have to go through any type of certification or, what do you call it? Like screening or things like that nature to work with the kids?
Yeah, they do.
What agency was that, like a state agency that did that? Like where did?
Yeah, we follow the same, make sure that they do not have any, we check their background, make sure that they are, friendly with these kids, and also whatever requirement by the state.
So they certify them to teach, or they certify them to just like look after the kids?
Yes, look after.
Look at the latter, look after the kids?
Yeah, look after. They are not like we did not hire them as a teacher because they are, like I say, that they are also a student. How I can explain them? The one who are imam, he's one of them are looking after the children, which is, like I said, most like a guard, like make sure the children are not going out without the permission because it's a street, right? In the Garrett Road is a pretty busy street. And also is more like a security person that makes sure that everybody is focusing. And then 2, we have, they are also teachers, which is volunteer teacher, means like they are not teaching like a certified teacher like in America, but they also a student who are going to the college and also they come and teach them.
Thank you.
So do I understand it correctly, Mohammed, that you voluntarily pursue like the background checks and those types of things? You're not doing it pursuant to a state requirement or state like has authorization?
No, voluntarily. Voluntarily, that make sure that they are also, if anything.
So you're just mimicking state criteria, not necessarily doing it to get a state license?
No.
Are there any other questions from the board? Is there any public comment either for or against this application? Please, sir, come on up.
Sadiq.
From 7 o'clock. I'm Sheikh Siddiq. Sheikh, S-H-E-I-K-H. Last name S-I-D-D-I-Q-U-E. Good evening, everyone. It's late night. I'm a resident in this township 33 years now, and currently serving as a president, the Masjid Al Madina, who is the mosque on 69th Street and Walnut Street. And I am one of the beginner of immigrant community here in Upper Derby. And I understand and I also feel that the problem the immigrant family are facing, especially we come here for the better life, better family. So it come to the education. And then we don't have any place to do the homework, cannot speak English, cannot afford a private tutor because we live here paycheck to paycheck. So what I meant to say that in then 10, 15 years before we start to teach them homework in somebody's living room, get together, bring the family, bring the kids. Our goal to they become the good citizen and contribute to our community. So this is the greater plan and greater institute now here in Garrett Road, and I am supporting this this academy, and this is very essential for our community. As we know that Upper Darby is diverse community and immigrant community and first generation, and we need the help. And Al Madina Islamic Academy Association is doing the great job, the fantastic job to educate our community members, especially our children. And this is the children, they are staying, family staying here, getting education from here, and contributing back to our community. And my humble request to the board, please help us and support us to have the zoning permit. And thank you for.
Thank you very much. Is there any further public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is MD Saidud Jaman. SAYDUZZAMAN. So my son goes to that Islamic Research Center from there until they're open. So as I see my son after school, he's playing game, and he after he went to the school, he learned Islamic. He spent some time with other kids, and he learned as a religious, we have to learn Quran. We respect all religious. Also, our kids, when we grow up, we learn Quran and we learn our religious thing. But in our area or in our schools, they don't teach specific Islamic religious thing. But as a Muslim, we need to learn, every children need to learn as Islam, as a Quran. So that school or as a resource center, they teach as a Quran or Islamic resource center, they learn so many things. And I see my son learn so much after he went to that resource center. I think this kind of resource center is needed in Upper Darby. And also they are teaching other homeworks. So my son goes to Kumon, he spent $336 per month. I don't think in our diversity community, a lot of parents cannot spend $336 per month for other tutoring. So a lot of students, they are helping their homework in this resource center. And I believe the other question he got confused as a background check. When I went to that school, resource center, I asked the same question about the background check. They did the background check of child abuse, also criminal background check. All the teachers, I received the records from child abuse, from the state law. Any teachers or any volunteers have to work with the kids. They have to have a child record, they have to criminal background check, they have to have BI check. So I received all the background check from them. So make sure my son is safe in this place. And I believe this kind of resource center in need in Upper Darby area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment? I saw that hand first.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kaza, Khaza. Last name Asgor, Asgor. Thank you for your time. It's been a long evening, but I am one of the most active volunteers of Al Madina Islamic Academy. I've been there since day one. And a little bit background on myself, I'm in my third year of university at Penn State. I've been born and raised in Upper Darby. I've gone to Highland Park Elementary, Beverly Hills Middle School, Upper Darby High School. And I'm currently pursuing to become a lawyer. And alongside that, I'm also volunteering at Al Madina Islamic Academy to help out the fellow Muslim youth. The main point I want to bring is mainly 3 points. Firstly, it's that out of my experience of what I've seen as a Muslim youth in this community, is that we kind of underrepresent the Muslims. As in, of course we have our mosques, but our Muslim youth are underlooked. And that is the whole being of this institution, Al Madina Islamic Academy, to bring the youth together. Because a lot of times I've seen myself within my friend groups, within my classroom groups, that many Muslims they feel ashamed of their faith. They don't feel confident. And many a times they also face Islamophobic comments and things of this nature. So Al Madina Islamic Academy, it aims to inform them on what their religion really is. As of course, Upper Darby, our motto is the whole world in one place. Of course, this is what makes us special, our uniqueness. And we aspire to do that in terms of religion and the culture. Everyone has a really rich cultural heritage, and we aspire to do that with our youth, to teach them what Islam really is. Secondly, besides the facts and the knowledge, we also, teach them how to be a proper person in society, a well-rounded person. How should they treat their elders? How should they treat their teachers? How can they contribute to society? This is the second part. Basically, learning discipline, or how to be a good community member. And thirdly, we take it a step further. We don't just keep it in the religious studies. We also want them to excel in society. Of course, we need engineers, we need doctors, we need people in the trade. We want to excel them in this field as well. As we mentioned before, there's so many immigrant families. My parents, my friend group, many parents I know, and the students I work with, their parents, they don't have the knowledge to help their students. They don't have the knowledge to assist them in any way. And that's where we come in, where college students, high school students, people who are knowledgeable, people who have been born and raised in this country, they come, spend their time, and try to benefit with the youth. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I believe there's another hand I saw for public comment. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Shaykhul Islam. Sayekhul. Last name is Islam. Good evening, everyone. I live in Abu Dhabi since 2003. It's almost like over 23 years I'm living in this township. And all my kids born and raised in Abu Dhabi, and they go to Abu Dhabi school. So my daughter graduated from Abu Dhabi High School and going to NYU with full scholarship now. So I have to tell a little bit about her, like what we face as an immigrant family. She was doing very good in her school, and only one subject she was having a little bit problem, which is math. On when she used to go to 10th grade. So she asked me that, like how I can get some help. And I know that it's very expensive to send her private tutor. So I find someone like Brother Rahman have some type of institute like that. And she get help from there as well. And right now she's in third year, her pre-medical with neuroscience. And she told me that this is the time that after I finish my 4 years, and then there is another 4 years for medical. In between that, I want to give back what I get help from my community. So this summertime, she told me like how I can teach people, kids like me who having issue. So I told them, okay, we have a place that you can go. and she is willingly to do that. So my request is, humble request, please keep this institute so that we can get, and our kids can keep getting help from that kind of institute. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any additional public comment related to this application? Seeing none. At this point, I believe it's appropriate to close the record, and the board's going to take a few moments to discuss this in executive session. So we'll be right back. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, thank you very much for your patience. The board has returned from a brief executive session to discuss the application. At this point, I believe I have a suggested motion. The motion would be to approve the special exception and the variance requested by the applicant under the following conditions. The first condition would be that it is conditioned upon the evidence and testimony presented this evening. The second would be this conditioned upon any future applicant requesting to operate a private school with religious assembly and offices would need to come back before this board in order to demonstrate compliance with all of the special exception criteria within the ordinance. And the third condition would be that the applicant is required to obtain any and all required permits from Upper Darby Township to legalize the existing private school and educational uses, and to comply with any directives from Upper Darby Township regarding any building modifications that are required to legalize the use on the property. To the extent that the applicant has requested any additional relief or alternative relief, that would then be rendered moot. That is the suggested suggested motion. If any member would like to make that motion.
I'd like to make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Congratulations, your relief is approved, and you'll receive a written decision from my office within 45 days. Thank you for your patience tonight, and hope you have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right, last but not least, we have the application 7-8 of 25 for MD Raman at 841 Garrett Road. Are there any members of the public still left here tonight who would like to request party status related to the application? Seeing none. I do have a few documents to mark here. This is a little bit more than usual, so bear with me. ZHB1 will be the application package. ZHB2 will be the proof of posting. ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. ZHB4 will be, I'm going to mark this in the aggregate. I have 4 letters here from Shafkowitz Law Group, PC, dated July 23rd,
I love writing letters.
August 19th, September 11th, and October 21st, requesting continuances with the accompanying waivers of the municipality's planning code timelines. Those will be collectively marked as Exhibit ZHB4. I also have here an email that Mr. Shafkowitz sent to Josh Chast, forwarded to me on Thursday, November 6th, amending the application. That will be marked as Exhibit ZHB5. And then I have here also a supplements to that email, which include a 3-page plan set, a colorized rendering aerial of the property, as well as an elevation, a front elevation. So that 5-page packet is going to be marked as Exhibit ZHB6. 5, is it? Yeah, 6. And I also have here copies that I'm going to distribute to the board. And with that, the applicant has anything additional, we can take that.
All right. I hope this isn't the latest you guys have ever gone, but I appreciate your patience with this.
Not yet.
Not yet. All right, well, we'll make this quick. What I would like, good evening, everyone. My name is David Shafkowitz. I'm here on behalf of MD Raman, who is the owner of the parcel property referred to in the opening as 841 Garrett Road. What I'd like to do is, if the board's okay, in light of the late hour, I'll proffer the testimony that Mr. Raman will offer and ask him to confirm once we are complete, and certainly, obviously, be available for any questions. Since you already have the packet that I had with me, I was going to hand out, I don't know if the pictures I have might be a little bit more, might be a little easier, but I will just mark the packet as A1.
And for the record, the applicants presented a packet of a number of documents which will be marked as A1. These are larger copies, which we appreciate.
Sure. Okay, as noted, this particular property is located in the township's R2 zoning district. The existing parcel is approximately 5,240 square feet, give or take, with access to and from Garrett Road. It is currently improved with an existing 1,200 square foot structure, 1-story structure. This particular property and that particular structure was the subject of a prior zoning application and decision, essentially granting a variance or a use variance to permit a retail use in that building. That retail use, or the use of the building, is still being used by the same tenant. Part of what has generated this application is that particular tenant is converting her use, which is related to modeling in some fashion, so to speak, to more of an office use. Having said that, the applicant is proposing to actually demolish the existing structure and construct a new structure, which will be 2-story and about 2,150 total square feet. It would actually be a smaller footprint than what exists today, but the 2-story structure would encompass just about 2,150 square feet. The use proposed for the building is the one that we discussed, is moving to the second floor of the proposed structure, and that would be primarily for office use. The first floor will then be used for, which I believe the application really initially talked about, a restaurant, but it's really going to be an ice cream shop. Ice cream, water ice, and snacks, so to speak. The ingress and egress are proposed to stay the same to and from Garrett Road. There are 7 parking spaces proposed based on the calculations that we had reviewed. I think our application said there was originally 9, but I think it's actually 8 parking spaces that were required, so a variance is being requested for the one missing parking space. However, if you look at the plan, there is an area to the left of the building, if you're facing Garrett Road, where the trash receptacle is being located. What we believe that area can also double as is 2 things. One is a potential employee parking, because we can be having a private hauler. We'll have some control over when trash pickup is going to occur. Too fast? I'm trying to get out of here. I'm also starving, so. So what we're proposing is that area on the left side of the building, where there's a trash receptacle proposed, is there, as I was noted, that since it's going to be a private hauler, we have some control over when trash can be picked up. So we can also use that space as 2 things. One is potentially an employee parking area, and 2, for loading and unloading for the ice cream shop. One of the variances, I believe, is a variance to not provide loading, but we're expecting that we could potentially use that area because we can control both when product comes to the store and when trash is going to be picked up, and then make efficient use of this property that is small and uniquely shaped. So as I discussed, is even though we're also talking about a variance for parking, we believe that these particular uses, the way they're being proposed, are somewhat compatible in terms of taking advantage of the parking. For example, our second floor office use is pretty much a 9-to-5 use. No weekend hours. Our first floor use for a ice cream ice cream shop, water ice snack shop, something that's more of an afternoon, after school use and weekend use. So even though we believe we're pretty close to the required parking, being 1 short, because these are what we call compatible uses, their parking won't overlap. They'll actually kind of separate. Nevertheless, I believe that the person operating the office use is just 1 employee. They may have an occasional visitors there during the course of the day, but like I said, their hours are going to be 9 to 5. The hours for the ice cream shop will be a little bit later, but they probably really wouldn't open till more around 11 a.m., 12 p.m., and probably stay open to 8 or 9 o'clock, depending. Summer hours maybe go a little longer, where it would probably be busier more on the after school, after dinner hours, and on the weekends. So additionally, the applicant is also asking for a variance, again, to permit what is essentially a retail use on the first floor. As we discussed, there was a prior zoning decision that allowed for the retail use. What was interesting in the prior decision, there were a couple findings that were made then that I think are probably relevant today. For example, there are no residential uses apparently on the 800 block of Garrett Road. That was a finding in the prior zoning decision. There are many commercial uses near the property, so keeping this commercial would be something that would be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Apparently, it has a history of a doctor's office and hair salon, so there is a long history of this property for retail use, and the parcel has never been used for any residential purpose. Those were findings in the prior decision. Although those factors we believe would still hold true today, I don't, as Mr. Rahman will testify or ultimately agree that all those factors do hold true for today. What I'd like to do next is maybe applicant's exhibit A2 is, Mr. Solicitor, if the picture you had of the elevation was also of the small character, I have bigger copies of that too.
That sounds good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Shafkowitz. The elevations, the 11 by 17s will be accepted as Exhibit A2.
With regard to the new building and doing the two-story structure, obviously that triggers one last zoning variance in pursuant to the Upper Darby zoning code, is that to allow the two or multiple uses on the property. As you can see from the picture provided in the first set of documents, the building is somewhat old and dated and, dare I say, not that pretty. No offense, MD, but something that would be, I think, a great benefit to replace with this proposed existing structure. One of the things that you've heard several times today, and one of the questions I'm sure you'll ask is, well, Dave, how do we know that this is going to work, that if your testimony on the parking will work, what happens when it changes? Well, I think similarly to the other applications you've heard tonight, that if the board were inclined to consider this application, an appropriate condition would be if either use changes to something other than the office that's being conducted or the ice cream shop below, we would have to come back to the board and explain that we can still satisfy the criteria for the variances or for the parking, or that everything is still compatible. The same would hold true if, if any of the other uses in the building would change, that we would have to come back to this board, and would be gladly accept that as a condition. We also hope that the board will see the proposed structure as something that could be a benefit to the community, as something that's going to be a redevelopment for the area. And as Garrett Road is going to continue to redevelop, knowing that I have several other applications on the street, it's going to be great to see the continued redevelopment of the area, and I hope the board would perceive this as an asset and something consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. As I noted earlier, Mr. Rahman is with me tonight. If we can have him sworn, I can have him affirm the testimony that we just provided.
Raise your hand, please. Can you start or affirm the testimony that you're about to give to the truth?
Yes, I do. RAHMAN.
And Mr. Rahman, you're the owner of the property?
Yes, sir.
And you were here tonight during the course of my presentation to the board?
Yes.
And was everything I offered to the board true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And all the testimony that was offered to the board, would that encompass your testimony should you have testified today?
Yes.
With regard to anything that I testified to, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, that's all.
Having said that, certainly be ready for any questions.
Sure. Real quick, I just want to make sure I understand. So I'm looking at Exhibit A1, and I'm looking specifically at, I guess, page 2, which shows the proposed building. If you could just explain to the board how that's exactly going to work with respect to the ice cream shop. Is it going to be just a service window on the outside? Do people enter the building? If they do enter the building, where do they enter? If it is a service window, where's the window going to be? That sort of thing.
Yeah, I think if you have the architectural rendering that was A2, there'd be two components to that, and I apologize for not offering testimony on that, but there is intended to be a walk-up window for the ice cream component and for the water ice component of the shop. There will be an ability to walk inside because in all likelihood we'd have some coolers for drinks and some kind of candies or snack type products. But everything would be to take and leave. We really, unless it was decorative, and during a land development process, Josh thought there were some benches or other things out front that would improve the streetscape. Obviously, the applicant would be willing to do that, but our intent is to keep it more as come and pick up and head on your way. Not necessarily we're going to provide seating or provide any I don't want to say ability to stay is not the right word, but it is going to be encouraged in terms of being some kind of sit-down location.
So just to confirm, there will be a service window to the exterior, but it will also be able to be accessed and people can order inside as well.
Yes.
With that, if the board has any questions.
Yes. So, first question is related to, I can see your proposed like sidewalk. So you mentioned that there was the possibility of having a walk-up window. So I think one of my biggest concerns is currently there's no sidewalk really for pedestrian access on that side of the road. However, there is a crosswalk. So basically the way that the entire block is designed is to invite, and I'd assume, children from the middle school to come across the street, but then there's no sidewalk, so they're walking on the street, they're basically on the shoulder of the street, up to your business. My request is there any consideration to complete a full sidewalk from your business to that crosswalk to ensure the safety of children and customers if you're inviting pedestrian access?
I guess the easiest way to answer that question is yes, because I think through the land development process, I'm sure sidewalks are going to be an absolute requirement. The only question would be is whether we can go beyond our property boundary.
Well, yeah, that's not you guys, but as to the best of your ability, that's what matters.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would only enhance, unless you disagree, I think it would only enhance the overall nature of the use, intending it to be walkable and intending to make it safe as well. And I know there is a crosswalk right up where the light is pretty close. So I would think during the process that would be an absolute requirement for the land development component, so yes.
And my next question, and everyone's gonna get mad at me, but I can't vote on the application, so. For the building that you designed, is your building planning to be gray, perchance?
That's a great question. I don't know if we know yet. Gray, the exterior. Do you know what kind of
Yeah, like
materials? Gray.
It's called facade, so it can be gray or it can be like silver color.
My request would be not gray, anything but gray would be my request.
That's fine.
Like I said, I can't get a vote on this, so.
Color is not a problem, sir.
That's just an aesthetic thing.
I like brick.
I know, it's
Yeah.
just, there's a
I
lot
don't
of
know about
gray.
you, but I think that would look good.
Thank you.
So regarding the use, so I understand that the council's position that essentially going from one retail use to another retail use, on the ground level at least?
Yes,
Or on the ground
correct.
floor at least? My understanding of the previous retail use is essentially non-existent foot traffic. And this retail use, maybe not exclusively foot traffic, but the overwhelming majority of your customers will be foot traffic, or at least if any of the other ice cream shops in the township are any indication. So how does the applicant, and then to Kyle's earlier point, like right near a school. So how do you plan to accommodate for that increase of that many people, young people presumably, crossing Garrett, waiting in the area? Because usually people get whatever treat they're getting. Sometimes they eat it there. They stand around in the parking lot. They sit on the curb. Well, there's no curb here, so I don't know where they would sit. But has that been a consideration in even like selecting this location, or is that something that you thought about, or do you want to speak to that in any way?
Do you want to? That means I have to. I guess, we live in a world where walkability is the new, kind of catchphrase. We want it to be walkable. We want to encourage foot traffic. I think one of the things that we will have to be careful about, and both me and the applicant would be open for suggestions, or as we work through land development, certainly open to suggestions about making sure there's not a lot of, I don't want to say loitering, but lingering, in terms of, yes, we do expect that through summer hours that hopefully, it will attract kids, but hopefully as much as it attracts kids, it attracts families, as most ice cream shops will. But we do have to police it in a way that those crowds may have to occasionally be dispersed. And Well, that's something I don't know how to answer in terms of what is the best way to do that. But I think with some help with, working with the community, whether it's the police force or having the right employees or something along those lines, if it becomes a problem, we'll get it addressed. But I think with the nature of, everything we've heard, like again, in some of these other applications, we kind of encourage it. We want it to be walkable. We want people to be able to come. I just think you're right. I don't ultimately want to create a situation where it's going to be kind of overwhelm the site. But I think with adding sidewalks is a good start. I think, and maybe adding some other streetscape features that allow for either benches or sitting areas that make it attractive. Certainly, maybe encouraging some landscaping where it makes sense. But it's an interesting question, and I think it's something that would be driven more through the land development process in terms of the overall design of the site. I think what the other thing we're looking at, and we don't know yet if we'll have to come back, but there was some suggestions floated about maybe moving the building for closer to the streetscape or to the street and creating more access in the rear, which maybe helps address some of those situations as well. But I think in terms of being here for the use components of it, we'd like to get through those issues first and then try to continue to work on improving the layout, even though I think the layout's going to be nice and I think the building's going to be a wonderful addition in terms of how it's going to change. We just have to take advantage of where we can in terms of the, improving the walkability and stuff.
Okay. I mean, because I think typically when we talk about walkability is like with the absence of cars, like usually this, and so this, I don't think that's an option, right? Like we can't get the cars away. So I guess I don't know if we can design this problem away, unless you flip the building around. But I don't know if that's what you're referencing. But
the other.
Okay, so sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying the other idea too, is with this sidewalk that surrounds the building, maybe there's, I don't know if that's I don't want to say it, Josh, if it creates another variance, but if there's just areas for outside, so in the days when we think it'll be the busiest in the summer, when it makes the most sense to sit outside, can we supply maybe using the sidewalks for outside seating as a way to help, kind of disperse that issue, give people a chance to hang for a little bit and then hopefully move on their way. I'm just trying to kind of think of it through my own experiences when I love going and get ice cream in the summer.
Right. And I have young kids, so I know what this looks like,
Yeah,
which is
and
why
I'm
I'm
just-
asking these questions.
And I hate driving home because I want to eat it, and I can't drive while I'm eating my ice cream.
Exactly, right.
So, yeah, I understand.
I think a lot of these issues can be addressed with the relocation and maybe reshaping of the building, right? Making the building maybe more in the shape of the parcel itself, moving it either to front onto the street so that that building is a protective barrier and the queuing either happens behind it or it happens to the side of it. Or, right, maybe the building's in an L shape and nestled inside of that L, right, is the area where people can stop and eat and whatnot, and that connects to the parking lot. I think there's a lot of opportunities. I don't necessarily know that this layout is the one, but I know that we've talked about this before, but I think the use makes a lot of sense.
And you would have the applicant's commitment to continue to work, and understanding that if we end up doing some of the things that Josh suggested, we'll have to come back for either setback variances or other related issues.
I have a slightly different point of view relative to this. I have seen the trucks, for Mr. Softy, et cetera, come up and just sit out on the other side of the street, be right near where the exit is for the kids, and they'll do their business there. It would be hard in competition for sending kids across the street in traffic that is three-way or, four lanes almost. And it's just a very difficult situation for you.
As it relates to the use on I think trying to remember the term you utilize as it relates to the upstairs. Oh, compatible uses, I think you said.
Hmm.
So the hours that you said of the upstairs unit is 9 to 5, and the proposed hours of the ice or snack shop, or what, I'm not sure what you're calling it, but
Let's go with ice cream, water ice.
is 11 to 8. So that's an overlap of 6 hours. So essentially they overlap. I don't really have a good understanding of what the upstairs use is, but because of that overlap, how is that going to be managed? Is that person like a subtenant of yours, or you guys just, like, how's that going to work?
Well, it's the current tenant. The current tenant who doesn't, I guess, make full use of the building now would like to stay in the location and convert the nature of her use to more of just an office space.
Just, okay, so it's not retail.
It's not going to be retail at all.
Okay.
And the idea would be, is her clientele, I guess, or people she would train in the fashion industry, whether they're going to become models and stuff like that, not selling, I think she was selling clothing and things along those lines. So those, we would have to encourage her to do more of her appointments to the extent that she's even using it on a full-time basis at 9 to 5, in those morning hours. And then if she's doing her office work in the afternoon. But that's how we see this, as something more compatible. From the way she explained it to us, there are no other employees but herself. And that she'll occasionally have 2 or 3 days a week, a client, let's call it, come to the location.
So she represent Booker's Boutique?
Yeah, so that's what it is today. It's going to be whatever her name of her company is, but her office space. Not a boutique anymore.
I did have a question because we were talking, I know this is not really related. Well, it is a little bit. It's a dimensional question. So I know that the SEPTA trolley tracks run behind the building, right? And looking at the current plan, we're not looking at any type of a setback. Is there any planned excavations for the new building's foundations, et cetera? I'm just, I guess, mildly concerned about soil disturbances.
I think whatever would have to be done would have to be done within the limits of building code and the ordinances. Obviously, the new building will require a foundation.
Yeah.
Probably would have some kind of basement, but all that would have to be done in a manner that wouldn't in any way affect the tracks or subside any of those types of things.
I mean, I definitely
And that
wouldn't.
easily can be done.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of second the idea of pushing the building off of that back so that there is some levels of a setback. That's a little bit of a concern for me.
Yeah,
But use-wise, I actually don't have any questions.
I guess that might be good.
We'll see. No, it's good.
Are there any further questions from the board? Sure. Any public comment related to this application? Seeing none. So at this point, believe we can close the record, and I think the board might take a few moments to discuss this one in the back.
Sounds great. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Let the record reflect that the board has returned from executive session where it discussed the application. So at this point, I don't believe the board is comfortable making a motion to approve or deny the application. I think based on some of the discussions that we had, some of the questions that went back and forth, the board has a few concerns with the present layout of the project. And I believe that Josh might have mentioned as well, that to the extent where if the applicant would like to explore any alternative site layouts to the point where it might provide some additional, some assistance with pedestrian circulation and areas for pedestrian congregation, and to the extent that might force the applicant to make some additional dimensional changes to the project that might result in additional relief, we think it's probably best to hammer that out now rather than have the applicant come back midway through a potential land development. And I think the board would also value seeing those potential changes. So at this point, if the applicant would be amenable, I believe it would be appropriate for the board to reopen the record and the applicant to request a continuance. It's whatever would work for the applicant in terms of timing. I think because of the fact that a redesign might necessitate additional zoning relief, and we're working with a short month in December, that perhaps the earliest that we should consider is January. But to the extent where the applicant needs additional time, that's fine too. So I don't know if Dave, if you need a second to talk with your client. Sure.
First of all, I want to say thanks to the board for thinking about that. And in the world I live in, I'm very appreciative of that feedback. I'd much rather you tell me, work on it a little bit further besides saying this isn't going to work. Because while you guys were in executive session, that's exactly what we were working on. So I think it's a great idea. I think we'll definitely put on the record if requested continuance to the January meeting. And certainly I'll be in touch with you if we need more time as the process continues, so we can bring back a revised plan with all the correct.
Perfect. Now, I will ask, because I believe January takes us outside of my 60-day window for the hearing. Would you give us?
Obviously grant all waivers necessary under the municipality's planning code.
Perfect. I appreciate it. So at this point, I think it's appropriate for the board to consider a motion to continue this project to the regularly scheduled January zoning hearing board date. Do we have that motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
All right. Second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We appreciate your time. We appreciate your patience. And I anticipate that when you're on the agenda in January, you will not have to wait nearly this long. So thank you very much for being here tonight. Hope.
Yes. First
All right.
creamsicles are on me. Have a great holiday.
You as
too,
well.
everybody. Have a
Do
great
we have a
Motion to adjourn?
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.